Thank you. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the meeting of the 27th of April 2022. Welcome councillors, staff, the public that are here with us tonight, and also to community listening online. I declare the meeting open at 7:01 p.m. Members of the public that have registered to speak by audio-visual link on an agenda item are asked to keep your microphone muted and video off until invited to speak. Speakers will not be able to present material as part of their speaking time or share their screen. Everyone at this meeting is reminded to conduct themselves in a polite and professional manner, keep communication factual, use appropriate language and tone. Do not use any defamatory or derogatory remarks. Defamation laws apply to addresses in public forum. I also ask councillors to observe the requirements under the Code of Meeting Practice and Meeting Etiquette, including debate on an item will commence only once we have a mover and a seconder for the item other than mayoral minutes. The mover has a right of reply before the motion is put to a vote. Please raise your hand if you wish to speak, as that will determine the speaking order. On commencement of you speaking on a motion or amendment, please indicate clearly whether you are speaking for or against the motion or amendment. You can speak for up to 5 minutes for or against a motion, and similar for any amendment. For the efficiency of conduct of this meeting, it is not necessary for you to repeat the matters you agree with and raised by any previous speaker. It is sufficient for you to say that you agree with the points raised. I also remind you that the video recording is an official record of council and may be made available to persons upon request in accordance with the Government Information Public Access Act 2009. No other recordings are permitted. Start with Acknowledgement of Country. So I'd like to acknowledge the land on which we meet tonight and pay my respects to elders past and present. And tonight this meeting takes place on the land of the Gadigal and Bidjigal, and just would like to acknowledge that. We now have the opening prayer, and I would like to invite Pastor Andrew Harper of Bay City Church in Arncliffe to open the meeting in prayer.
Thank you. We just close our eyes and bow our heads. God, first of all, we just pray for the ongoing war in the Ukraine, God, from a community here in safety, not surrounded by a war-torn situation. God, our hearts go out to the families, God, to the devastation, to those that have lost people, Father God, through this conflict. God, we just pray for your comfort to be upon them, God, and your grace and your mercy. And we just pray for an end to this conflict. God, we just pray for a resolve. And then, God, we just turn our hearts towards our community here, this great city, God, of Bayside. God, we just pray, first of all, for its welfare. God, in this time of rising prices, inflation, God, we just pray for the many, many families that are struggling, doing it tough, God. We just constantly pray, God, that you would meet their needs, that you would keep them, God, and cover them in this time. Pray for all the services out there that are doing a great job, God, that are reaching out to these families. We pray for them, that you continue to build them and strengthen our ability as a community to look after those in need. And then finally, God, as your word tells us in 1 Peter 2 verse 17, that we are to lift up those that are in authority, in a position of responsibility. And God, we just pray for our local government here. We pray for our councillors. I pray for their families, pray for them, for their protection. God, we just thank them for their time, and for our mayor, for the time that they put into our community. God, just to give it the outcomes that we do have. And God, I just pray finally for every decision made here tonight, that it will be for the best, in the best interest of our community. In your mighty name, amen.
Thank you very much, Pastor Andrew, for being here and joining us tonight. Just before we begin, I'd just like to acknowledge Anzac Day, which was commemorated on Monday, and also acknowledge the Battle of the Coral Sea, which occurred from the 4th to the 8th of May 1942 Councillors, community, you would have seen the flags flying throughout the LGA, recognising people that had fought for our country, and particularly Bayside, which had 2,000 people actually go to war, representing, from the Bayside community. And we had a significant newsletter as well, which went into detail about Anzac Day. And for us, it's really important to remember that history and to keep that history alive. So just wanted to also thank, we had a number of services across the LGA on Monday, which were attended by councillors and community, so important event. We also had, we are extremely blessed with a wonderfully diverse community, and recently we had 3 significant annual celebrations, Easter, Passover and Ramadan, which is still going until the 1st. So I just wanted to say on behalf of Council to all who have celebrated and are still celebrating, I would like to wish you a happy Easter, Hak Sareem and Ramadan Mabruk. Thank you, councillors. We now move to apologies. I have no apologies. All councillors are here. So therefore, I'll put the motion. All councillors are present and there's no need to seek any apologies. Would someone like to, someone like to move that way? Aye. Councillor Nargi, second. Councillor Barlow. All those in favour say aye. Against, declare it carried. All right, we now move to item 5, which is the disclosures of interest. And I'm just reminding councillors that to notify the General Manager in advance of the meeting of any disclosures of interest so that the Minutes Secretary can prepare them on the screen. Any disclosures of interest must also be made at the meeting. So thank you, councillors. 10 councillors have indicated they will disclose an interest on an item being discussed this evening. I will ask each councillor in turn to confirm each of these conflicts. I'll use my order here if that's okay. Councillor Cedric.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I have a disclosure of interest on item 10.3, Bayview Street, Bexley. It's non-pecuniary, non-significant. As I am a member of the Coptic Orthodox faith but have no formal title or position, and I remain in the chamber for that. And if I could also note as well, I don't know if it's appropriate now or do you want me to do it later, but last meeting which took...
We might do that in the minutes.
Sure, thank you.
All right, Councillor Morrissey.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just repeating a disclosure I made in the most recent committee that I'm declaring less than significant non-pecuniary interest in item 11.2. I'm a member of Bayside, so delegated member of Bayside Council's Risk and Audit Committee. I do not receive any remuneration for my participation. I'm not an external voting member. I will be remaining in the chamber. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Morrissey. Councillor Fardell.
Significant as a member of that committee, and I'll remain in the chamber.
Thank you, Councillor Fardell. Councillor McDougall.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I don't have a conflict of interest to declare, but I'll be leaving the chamber for the items relating to planning proposals due to my membership of the Eastern Sydney City Planning Panel.
Thank you, Councillor McDougall. Councillor Nargi. Thank you, Councillor Nargi. Councillor Tsounis.
Yes, mine's up there on the board. I am a former member of the HEPA, not a current member. And also the second one, it's in relation to CS 22.003, Bayside Community Grants. I'm a director of one of the organisations that have applied for a grant, and I'll be leading the chamber for that particular item. 22.003.
Thank you, Councillor Tsounis. Councillor Jansen.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm declaring a less than significant non-pecuniary interest as per previous committee on item 11.4 CWA 22.005 on the basis that I attended a fundraising event there for the Bayside Women's Shelter, but I paid for my own ticket and I won't be leaving the chamber if there's any discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jansen. Councillor Werner?
Same as Councillor Jansen. It's item 11.4 CWA 22005. I also went to the same fundraising event at that venue, so I'm declaring a less than significant non-pecuniary interest. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Werner. Councillor Douglas?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have three disclosures of interest tonight. The first one is for item 11.4 CWA 22.005, Brighton Baths Amenity Building Payment Plan Update, Lasanne's Restaurant. I declare a non-pecuniary significant conflict of interest item on the basis of perception in regards to the licence for the Lasanne's Restaurant, as his son-in-law Ilias Stortzis preferenced me as his third preference in the council election on December 4th, 2021. I'll not be in the room for the discussion and vote. And I am declaring a less than significant non-pecuniary interest in item 12.6 and item 12.9 on the basis of perception, as I am a member of the Peaceful Bayside group that advocates for safer streets across the whole Bayside LGA, and I will be remaining in the chamber for consideration and voting on the matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Douglas. Councillor Saranowski?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. My declaration is in relation to 12.2. It's a less significant non-pecuniary interest. I attended a social function with one of the adjoining owners, and I will not be in the chamber when this item is debated. CWA 22.005. That's in relation to the matter of Lasanne's. I've actually thought it was 15, but 12 years ago, I had my son's christening there. It's a less significant declaration, all paid for by myself, but I will be in the chamber for that item. CWA 22.004. I was a guest of the HEPA for last year's flag raising ceremony. That's again a less than significant interest, and I'll be in the chamber when this item is debated. And then CS 22.003 in relation to the community grants. The team that my son plays for is Rockdale City Suns. The junior club is recommended for a grant. I have no role in the running of the club or an executive position, but I will not be in the chamber while this item is being debated.
Thank you, Councillor Saranowski. I would like to disclose an interest in item 11.4 22.005 of the City Works and Assets Committee meeting of a significant non-pecuniary interest in the item on the basis that I did attend the same fundraiser as a couple of councillors. However, the recipient of the charity of the night was Bayside Women's Shelter, and as I'm the chair of that committee that actually received the donation, I will leave the meeting and the Deputy Mayor will take over the chair. Are there any other councillors who wish to disclose an interest?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. My apologies for not sending this through, but it's just sort of jumped out at me. I'd like to declare a less than significant non-pecuniary interest in item 11.4 CWA 22.003, the petition regarding Salisbury Avenue and the proposed left turn onto Forest Road. I will be remaining in the chamber. The reason for my less than significant non-pecuniary declaration is that my street that I live in actually forms a T intersection with this street. I don't think it's reached the point where I believe there would be any material impact. If I come to the conclusion at some point that that's the case, then I'll change my declaration. But at this stage, less than significant, non-pecuniary, and I'll be remaining in the chamber. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Hannah. Are there any further disclosures?
Sorry.
Councillor Awada.
Madam Mayor, I did send my declaration. I'm not quite sure what's happened there. It might have been late in the day, about a couple of hours ago. I'm declaring less than significant non-pecuniary interest on item 11.4, the City Works and Asset Committee minutes. In that minutes, it's CWA 22.004. My family lives in close proximity to the site, and I've also attended this year's AHEPA flag raising, and I went to their function, and I'll remain in the chamber.
Thank you, Councillor Awada. Are there any?
Sorry, Madam Mayor, can I add one more, please? That's
Sure.
just come to my attention. Similar to Councillor Savranovsky, number 11.1, the CS 2203 in regards to the grants. I'm also a player at Rockdale, so however I have no formal position or formal role. No significance, so non-significant, non-pecuniary, and I'll remain in the chamber.
Thank you, Councillor Cedric. No further declarations?
I also attended the flag raising ceremony of the HEPA Association. So non-significant, non-pecuniary.
Thank you, Councillor Fidel. Any others? All right, thank you, councillors. The disclosures will be noted in the minutes. We now move to item 6, the minutes of the previous meeting, which was held on the 23rd of March 2022. I note that in relation to these minutes, Councillor Cedric has advised he wishes to declare a less than significant interest in item BTC 22.031, which was considered at the previous council meeting, for the record. Did you wish to speak to that, or? Okay, so just that it be noted in these minutes that he has a less than significant non-pecuniary interest on this item on the basis that he's a member of the Coptic Orthodox faith but has no formal title or position, and that he remain in the meeting for consideration and voting. Can I have 2 councillors who were present at the meeting to move and second the minutes? Move Councillor Awada, seconded Councillor McDougall. All those in favour say aye. Against? Declare it carried. We now move to item 7, which is the mayoral minutes. So there's 3 mayoral minutes tonight. The first one is in relation to the Australian Local Government Association, the national organisation of local government representing 537 councils Australia-wide. So in response to the upcoming federal election, the association has launched a campaign titled "Don't Leave Local Communities Behind." And this campaign responds to the challenges we've faced as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic, combined with a range of legacies throughout of drought and fires, and more recently the devastating floods. So ALGA is calling upon federal candidates to recognise and respond to the challenges facing local communities, and that is informed by motions submitted by councils to the ALGA National General Assembly. 17 policy initiatives have been developed that will optimise federal and local government partnerships designed to benefit every community. So although many are focused on regional and rural communities, there are priorities of this council recognised in our most recent work on the 10-year community strategic plan, including climate change, community resilience, economic recovery for our community, and local businesses, and proposals for better models for funding partnerships with government. So ALGA is seeking our support by endorsing their proactive policy. So I move that the mayoral minute be adopted, and that council write to our local members and candidates endorsing the ALGA initiatives for the Don't Leave Local Communities Behind campaign to support local councils to weather these unprecedented and challenging times due to the COVID-19 pandemic, combined with the legacies of drought and fires, and more recent, the devastating floods. Is there any discussion? No discussion? All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Declare it carried. The second mayoral minute is relation to a campaign that council had previously run, which was around no cruise ships in Botany Bay. And the concern is with the easing of travel restrictions, and some of you might have seen the cruise industry is reopening and following, the worst of the pandemic. And while there is currently no publicity available on this proposal, the threat of Botany Bay becoming a new port for this growing industry still remains present. Therefore, we have to keep a focus on that, and we have to continue to let it be known that we are in opposition to a cruise ship terminal being developed at Yarra Bay or Molyneux Point, which impacts our whole bay. So a study commissioned by council on the erosion problems, and councillors are well aware of the erosion problems and the significant money that council spends in order to protect our bay, is soon to be released. So this study has actually found that the biggest contributor to the environmental damage caused to the bay and the devastating erosion of our beaches was the change in wave action following the development of Port Botany. So the community cannot tolerate any further degradation of the bay and surrounds through the construction of a massive infrastructure project. Also, the traffic and the pressure on infrastructure, open space and the use of land is already beyond capacity. Council needs to remind the state government that enough is enough and that a more sustainable site in Sydney Harbour needs to be found to accommodate the cruise ship terminal. I move that the mayoral minute be adopted and that the motion is on the board, on the screen, that council writes to the New South Wales Premier and the Minister responsible for ports, and reiterating our strong opposition to any cruise ship terminal in our bay, and that we also write to our local state members who are against a cruise ship terminal, expressing our continued opposition to a cruise ship terminal in Botany Bay. Is there any discussion? Councillor Jansen.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. On behalf of Ward 1 and Ward 2 communities, I'm strongly in support of Council's continued opposition to no cruise ships in Botany Bay. I believe that allowing cruise ships will cause significant environmental damage to the Yarra Bay, as outlined in the mayoral minute, and threaten already endangered species, including, for example, the colony of leafy sea dragons. Yarra Bay is one of the last remaining west-facing beaches in the bay that can be utilised by the local community, so we need to keep the pressure on, and as I already mentioned, I'm highly in support of this mayoral minute. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jansen. Are there any speakers?
If I can just add, Madam Mayor, that this ultimately will just destroy the fabric of Botany Bay in its entirety. It's not limited to Bayside. It is in the Randwick local government area, so if I would suggest just to include the Mayor of Randwick in that correspondence, just as a copy, so they're aware that we are continuing the fight. But we've all seen, as local residents, not ourselves, but our families and friends who have lived here for a long time, the erosion that happens in Botany Bay. But Yarra Bay in itself is one of the absolute last pieces of serenity in the bay. It's almost untouched since the dawn of time, and it's an absolutely beautiful place. The cruise ship will just devastate that. It'll be instant instant devastation and degradation, not only the environment but also the local communities surrounding that. So I certainly commend this mayoral minute. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Morrissey. Are there any further speakers?
Madam Mayor, just because the environment has been mentioned a couple of times, is it also worth adding in there specifically the Minister for the Environment in that first point?
That's a good suggestion, Councillor Douglas. Yep, we can add that. Thank you. Any further discussion? All right, all those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? I declare that carried. Thank you, councillors. Our final mayoral minute is in relation to the South East Sydney bus network privatisation. This has caused severe angst, particularly across Randwick Council, Waverley Council and Ward 1 and 2, where a number of bus services have been cut and have had a huge impact on our residents who are now have great difficulty with transport. So this month, the New South Wales Government actually handed over the operation of this network to a private company. This move comes before the conclusion of a parliamentary inquiry which took place, I think, today and tomorrow, that will investigate the modelling, rationale and process of privatising bus services and its economic, social, safety, employment and environmental implications. So the Premier's priority of well-connected communities with quality local environments will not be achieved without an attractive, convenient, safe and efficient public transport network. So the Bayside community deserves better, and the changes introduced to the South East Sydney bus network need to be reviewed immediately. And we've taken, there's been a lot of people that have raised concerns, particularly a lot of our older residents who rely on public transport can't get to their appointments. There's, it's just a huge issue. So the mayoral minute, as you can see on the screen, is that we write to the Premier and New South Wales Minister for Transport and all local members of Parliament expressing strong dissatisfaction with the changes and also the privatisation, and and we'll also add in there that so there's been a campaign being led by Marjorie O'Neill, the member for Coogee, and also Randwick Council and Waverley Council are involved as well. So we'll be working together with them. So if we could also add that we write to our own state members, letting them know that we support their opposition to this, and as well as both mayors from Randwick and Waverley. Is there any discussion? Councillor Muscat.
Thank you, Mayor Curry. I'd just like to reiterate and support this motion for the substandard services that we have in Ward 1 in particular. We no longer have the 310 bus service that takes us all the way into the city. Instead, it takes us only to Mascot's train station. The train station and the bus timetables do not marry together. So you get to one place and you then have to wait 30 minutes to 40 minutes before either a bus turns up or a train turns up. For anyone in Ward 1 to get into the city, they have to go down to Botany Road to pick up a 309, which is the only bus that travels all the way in, unless you pick up a 310 Express, which has limited stops, and that's mainly for the workers in the morning. So our seniors and our youth are being cut off and are being left stranded in certain places along the network system. To get into the city for people from Botany, you have to catch one bus down or go to one of the nearest bus stops or walk a couple of blocks. You then have to catch the bus to the train, then you get the train in. So not only are they spending 3 times the amount of travelling to get to one place from Ward 1, but they've also got the costs involved that go with that and getting on multiple modes of transport. The M services have been ceased from Botany as well. So before we could catch a bus that would take us all the way across to the harbour, over to Macquarie, they've all been cut from Botany and Banksmeadow. We don't have any direct line of transport even to match up with the tram system that's been put into the eastern suburbs. So for people who are travelling at night, if you get home from work and you get to Mascot Station, you've missed the first bus that's out of there. This happened to my husband the other week, and he ended up walking from Mascot train station to Botany, where I reside, and he had to walk along sections of road that do not provide walkways for pedestrians. So we're putting not only our locals at risk, we're also putting our youth at risk, and we're cutting off the people from Botany and Ward 1 and into Ward 2. So I am fully in support of this motion, and I think something needs to be done quickly and drastically for our people to stay safe. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Muscat. Councillor Jansen?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I also commend this mayoral minute and agree with Councillor Muscat. We are causing, since the degradation of services and timetabling changes, there has been a lot of anxiety in the community, particularly with elderly residents that are forced onto multiple modes of transport. These suburbs, particularly in Ward 1 and Ward 2, are less than 10 k's from the CBD, yet residents are required to take up to 3 modes of transport just to get to Circular Quay. And I think it's outrageous that this happened in the first place, and I'm in full support of writing to the Minister for Transport and the Premier. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jansen. Councillor Saranowski?
Madam Mayor, I rise to support your mayoral minute. This does not just affect Ward 1 and 2. Late last year, Councillor McDougall put up a notice of motion in terms of the reduction of public transport in relation to the Grand Parade. They've cut back a lot of services. Could I make a suggestion, Madam Mayor, that we also write to Mr Minns, the opposition leader of the Labor Party, and also the opposition spokesman for transport. I'm sure that the party that I represent would be opposed to any privatisation of any public transport, but I think and I'm sure you'll find that they're very supportive of our position, but if we can just make them aware that when they do get government next year to reinstate the public transport, because public transport is very important, and with the cost of petrol and cost of living, we saw the inflation figures that came out today, people are struggling financially to maintain a car, and they solely rely on public transport. And if you don't provide that public transport, and particularly the elderly, how are they going to go shopping, medical, and what have you? It's important that we inform Mr Minns and also the opposition spokesman for transport our position that when they're in government to bring it back. You don't sell public transport. You don't sell whether it's the buses, the trains, or the we've seen with the trams, the light rail, how the budget's just blown out on it. So thank you for including that.
Thank you, Councillor Saranowski.
Madam Mayor, just very, very quickly for the record, I just wanted to remind those councillors from last term and also the new councillors that our council officers put together an amazing submission, and that should not be forgotten. And when we were invited as a council to express our views, the council team put a very strong, thorough, well-researched submission in, which was tick and flick consultation from the state government, and we were completely ignored. I had a call today from someone in East Lakes, and we mentioned wards and things, but there's a lot of vulnerable people in East Lakes, and part of the things they like to do is to get on the bus, go to East Gardens, go to the local shops, and now what's happened at a very high level, all the buses go around the edge of our suburbs and nothing goes through it. Now these people, one thing that's forgotten and we can't measure and the state government can't measure is the mental well-being and the welfare for these people. It was a very distressing call. And it was on a resident on behalf of a lot of elderly and vulnerable people in that area. And I know our wonderful community partners or community group at South East Community Connect really does look after that. So I want to shout out for them to looking after them, but particularly again to our council staff. And unfortunately the state government has ignored that very strong and well-researched submission. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Morrissey. Is there any further discussion? All right, I put the motion on the screen. All those in favour say aye. Against, declare it carried. That now takes us to item number 8. So this is items by exception. So prior to the public forum, I will now proceed to deal with the remainder of the business on the paper by exception. We will only discuss items on the agenda which you indicate you would like to discuss, and any item where there has been a significant disclosure of interest. And so now what I'll do is identify, the items where we have public speakers will remain on the agenda, and the motions submitted by councillors will remain. So in relation to the reports to council and any in relation to the minutes and reports of committees that you would like to leave on for discussion, I will work my way around councillors, and if you want anything pulled out, please advise. Councillor Morrissey. Councillor Muscat. Councillor Fidel, no. Councillor Jansen.
Just item 11.1 CS 22.004.
Draft public art policy. Thank you. Councillor Saranowski.
Not sure if there's a speaker on city planning environment, CP 22.008. Oh, sorry. CPE 22.009.
There is.
Okay.
Any others? Councillor Naji, is there any items you want to pull out? Thank you, Councillor Naji. Councillor Souness?
11.4.
Which item in 11.4?
22.004.
Yeah, that is, there's a speaker, so that,
22.005.
there's, yep.
11.6.
Thank you. Traffic. It's a traffic. Oh, which item in 11.6?
It's on item, it's the very last paragraph. It's in general, I think it's in general business. It's an item right at the end, but let's clarify.
051, thank you, Councillor Souness. Okay, thank you. Councillor Werner?
Yeah, just item 11.1, in the minutes, just wanted to say it also wasn't
Oh, so it's an amendment to the minutes. Well, we'll pull those minutes anyway because Councillor Jansen's pulling one item there, so we can make the amendment then. Thank you, Councillor Werner. Councillor Wada? Thank you, Councillor Wada. Councillor Barlow? Is that the superannuation?
Yeah.
Thank you.
On CWA 22003, I think there's a speaker.
Is that the, which item, sorry?
22003.
The tender for Sir Joseph Banks Park play space?
The what, sorry?
Oh, City
Salisbury
Work.
Avenue, I just want to add something to it,
Oh, okay.
maybe.
Yep, thank you. Councillor Barlow?
CWA 10.3.
Which one's that?
CWA 10.3,
Bayview Street, Bexley.
Bayview Street, Bexley. It's in 10.3, sorry.
Oh, 10.3. Oh, okay.
But I must have CWA 10.3. All right, I'll check it. Okay,
It's 10.3.
while you're going round.
Oh, that's where you had the site meeting.
Yeah.
Yep, thank you. Councillor Hannah?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll be brief on this one. 11.1 CS 22.003, the Bayside Community Grants Program. I just wanted to make a comment, that was all. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hannah. Councillor Douglas?
Mine is covered, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Douglas. Councillor McDougall? Is that the revised draft planning agreement signage? Yep. Thank you, Councillor McDougall. Councillor Cedric? No items? Okay, thank you, councillors. So what we we'll read out. So the what we'll do now is we'll now move the remaining items other than those called out, and to be adopted by moving the following motion. So may I have a mover and a seconder? Moved Councillor Nargi, seconded Councillor Jansen. That the recommendations included in the business paper for the following items be adopted. So that is 10.1, 10.2, 10.4, 10.5, 10.6, 10.7, 10.8, 11.5, 11.7. I think that's all of them. Would you like me to go through them again? Okay, thank you. All right, so they are the remaining items. So we've yes, so we'll now move to vote on this item. All those in favour say aye. Against? Declare it carried. Thank you, councillors. We'll now move to the public forum. We have a number of speakers. Due to the number of speakers that we have tonight, I'm going to allocate 3 minutes per speaker. Just so that all speakers are aware. Members of the public who have applied to speak at the meeting will now be invited to address the meeting. We have 15 speakers tonight, dealing with items 11.3, 11.4, 12.2, 12.3, 12.4, 12.6 and 12.7. So speakers are advised that, again, you have 3 minutes and a warning bell will sound when only 1 minute of speaking time remains. Speakers do we have any speakers joining via Teams? Thank you. Speakers who are joining the meeting via the Teams app are to have their video off and microphone muted until I invite you to speak. Speakers will be removed from Teams once the item has concluded. You can then watch the remainder of the meeting on Bayside Council's YouTube page. For those speakers who are joining the meeting by phone, please use the asterisk button and the number 6 on your phone's keypad to mute and unmute your phone. Speakers are reminded to keep communication factual, polite and professional, and to use appropriate language and tone. Do not use any defamatory or derogatory remarks, as defamation laws apply to addresses in public forum. So the first, working our way through the agenda, so the first item that has speakers, this is public forum, this is agenda item 11.3, which is the draft planning proposal for 187 Slade Road, Bexley North. So I note that Councillor McDougall and Councillor Nargi are leaving the chamber. All right, so 3 people have registered to address the meeting about this. The first person I would like to ask to come up is Mr. Stephen Kelly, an affected neighbour speaking for the recommendation.
Good evening, my name is Stephen Kelly. As a resident of Bexley North, I support the recommendation of the Bayside City Planning and Environmental Committee from their meeting on the 13th of April. As you're aware, the committee recommended that the full council should not endorse the planning proposal for a gateway determination for the Bexley North Hotel on Slade Road, Bexley North. I thank the committee for their decision. The proposal seeks an exception to the current height levels and floor to space ratios on that site. If the development was allowed, the buildings would be completely out of character and out of scale with both the surrounding buildings and their usage. It is my view that the existing zoning regulations are adequate, and the proponents of the proposal should take full advantage of the current zoning regulations. There is no justification for changing the present height levels and floor to space ratios. The current proposal is almost a mirror image of the proposal to break the zoning rules that was put forward in 2014, the subject of a successful community campaign called Stop the Tower. This campaign was successful in advocating that council at that time opposed such a breakout deviation. Nothing has changed since council listened to the community at this stage, and once again council should reflect community sentiment and should reject what will become a precedent. If the proposal is successful, it is certain that council will receive other proposals to match these changes and exceed them over time. Why would other developers sit back and not use that precedent as a precedent for their development? I'm not sure, but if this development was allowed, it would be the largest development between Woolli Creek and Hurstville. Currently, the council has been stripped of many of its powers over time, but it still has the power to stand with residents against such an out of proportion and over-the-top development proposal. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kelly. I now invite Mr. Christopher Fletcher, affected neighbour, speaking for the recommendation.
Thank you. The reason I've decided to attend in person and speak before council is to advise that as a defected neighbour, I am right in front of the development proposed, the changes at Slade Road. I would look over the roof there and I would lose all view and amenity. Any changes in height above the current planning allowances would significantly impact my amenity to view. The reason why I chose to purchase in Bayside would add significant amount of traffic, change the suburb considerably, and further degrade. And would degrade the reason why I enjoy living in Bayside so much, to a point where I would consider not to live anymore. The proposed to change heights of to 10 floors, or to change it above the current limit, seems unreasonable at this stage, and would change the feel of the suburb, would change the transport arrangements, would change traffic, would change everything about the suburb. It's too large. It's too large, and it impacts my view and amenity. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fletcher. I now invite Mr. David Waghorn, Director of Planning Ingenuity, the applicant's representative, speaking against the recommendation.
Madam Mayor, can you hear me?
I note, Mr. Waghorn, you are online, and please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Can you hear me?
Not very well. Could you maybe get closer to the microphone, please?
How's that?
We might turn it up from our end. One moment, please, Mr. Waghorn. We'll just make sure we can hear you. Okay, would you like to try?
Is that better, Madam Mayor?
Perfect, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and councillors. I'm here representing the applicant of the Bexley North Hotel at 187 Slade Road, Bexley. Just as a bit of a history to start you with, DA 541 of 2017 was lodged in October 2017 and sought for a mixed-use development of the site, incorporating a pub, motel and shop top housing development. This application was withdrawn by the applicant in February 2018 following meetings with council officers who encouraged the redevelopment of the site to go through the planning proposal process rather than the development application process. In accordance with that council advice, we have therefore commenced work on the planning proposal. The current planning proposal before you was lodged in December 2019 as a result of almost 2.5 years of collaborative planning with council staff and their external consultants. We seek the following outcomes. 1, to amend the height of the buildings from 16 metres as existing to introduce a split height of 20 metres and 35 metres. And 2, amending the FSR from 2.5 to 1 as existing to introduce split maximum FSRs of 3.2 to 1 and 3.6 to 1. It was with surprise that we viewed the most recent decision of the City Planning and Environment Committee, who recommended that the planning proposal not proceed to Gateway, as it was considered an overdevelopment, especially in terms of height and FSR. The proposed changes to the planning controls as part of this planning proposal have at no stage been considered excessive or an overdevelopment of the site by council or their external consultants. The simple reason for this is the height and FSR sought in the planning proposal are not significantly greater than that permitted by the current controls. The planning proposal seeks a more beneficial planning outcome for surrounding properties by redistributing height and FSR away from the more sensitive residential areas to create a strong built form adjacent to the public car park, which can accommodate that redistributed height and FSR. The planning proposal will also act as a catalyst for the redevelopment and revitalisation of the Bexley North Town Centre and provides direct linkages to any future civic improvements or redevelopment of the council-owned car park immediately adjoining the site. These outcomes can only be achieved through the planning proposal process. It is important to note that the council staff assessment report presented to the Bayside LPP on 16th of December 2021 found that this planning proposal had strategic and site-specific merit, even at the proposed height and FSR. This was confirmed by the Bayside Local Planning Panel, who recommended that the planning proposal be referred to Gateway determination for the following reasons in part, which I quote. 1, the proposal is consistent with a number of objectives and planning priorities of the Greater Sydney Region Plan and elements of the Eastern City District Plan. 2, the proposal will advance the growth and revitalisation of an existing local centre identified in the Eastern City District Plan. And 3, the site is located in close proximity to mass transit and would therefore concentrate high-density urban growth within a local centre adjacent to public transport corridors.
Thank you, Mr. Waghorn. That's 3 minutes. Could you just close off, please?
Yes, I could. Thank you. Basically, the local planning panel acknowledged that there was variations to the height and FSR, but still sought enough strategic merit in the proposal to advance the planning proposal to Gateway for Gateway determination. The recommendation of the City Planning Committee is not in accordance with council staff, their external consultants, or the local planning panel, and we respectfully request that the matter be proceeded to Gateway determination in accordance with the original staff recommendation presented to the City Planning and Environment Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Waghorn.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and councillors.
As there are no more speakers on this item, we will now deal with this item. So there's a committee recommendation before us. That committee recommendation is that council considers the draft planning proposal for 187 Slade Road, Bexley, to be an overdevelopment of the site based on a range of factors, including but not limited to excessive increased height limits and floor space ratios. That council does not endorse the planning proposal for a Gateway determination. Do I have a mover and a seconder? Moved, Councillor Saranowski, seconded, Councillor Jansen. Councillor Saranowski.
Madam Mayor, I can't support this planning proposal. The Bexley North Shopping Centre is a small neighbourhood shopping area, and this development, if this planning proposal went the next step, it would change the whole character of that whole shopping strip there. I have no problems in the owners having the opportunity to redevelop their site, but they've got to do it within the current zoning. They're asking for bonuses, increasing floor space, and the clear message that I'm getting from the residents in that area is they do not want excessive overdevelopment. This is what it is. It's an overdevelopment of the site. And I read the documentation. To be honest, they compared Bexley North with other town centres. Well, as far as I'm concerned, I'm looking at Bexley North. I'm not really concerned about what Riverwood or what's happening in other areas. All I'm interested in is what's happening in Bexley North. And the community are telling me, and they told me right through the whole election process, they're concerned about overdevelopment. And that strip at Bexley North, at Slade Road, is actually the entrance. If you're coming through Canterbury Bankstown, that will be the entrance to our city. And as I said, my view is I will not support this planning proposal. If they want to redevelop the pub and the hotel or motel, fine, but do it within the parameters of the zoning. The biggest issue is the height. I mean, it doesn't matter how we look at it, it's excessive height in terms of that development. And I commend the committee. I commend the committee for their recommendation and not support this. And I stand here today to ask the council not to support the planning proposal. But can I just remind the community, as we are councillors, our powers have been stripped. As we saw around the corner, the petrol station. So this may be a victory tonight. Then the ball is in the government in terms of considering whether they, on the previous council, we had planning proposals that we rejected. They ran off to the state government and got it overturned. And I must mention Princess Street, Brighton, the old bowling club, Sir Francis Drake Bowling Club. We opposed it, but they went to the government and the government said, bang. So I just want to also add maybe, Madam Mayor, that not part of this, but an additional, that we write to Mr Minns seeking his support to ensure that he raises it with the Minister for Planning to ensure that the Minister for Planning or whatever government agency respects the wishes of the elected council. That's all we're asking, to respect our wishes. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Saranowski. Are there any other speakers?
I rise too to support the recommendation, and I was totally surprised, given that we've gone through an LEP process and sort of lining up our ducks in that particular part of the world and our entire LGA, that a proposal's turned up that asks for a starting height of 16 metres, and we go to 35. And the speakers, the applicant's representative says it's not too much. So I don't understand that. It is an excessive increase in the height limit. It's an excess in the floor space ratio. The area in terms of traffic and congestion is already exacerbated. Going to those heights, adding more people into the mix will make it much more congested. So I totally support the recommendation of the committee.
Thank you, Councillor Tunis. Are there any other speakers? Would you like a right of reply, Councillor?
Sorry, I have a question through the chair. Is there a way that we can keep this within the council consultation process, go back to the developers and get them to amend it before they go to the gateway? Because as Councillor Saranowski has rightly pointed out, then we lose all input into it. Is there a way for us to, rather than rejecting this outright, keep this within the process?
I think Councillor Saranowski is referring to them taking away the opportunity for councils to contribute to planning proposals. So in this instance, if the council determines that they will they will support the recommendation which does not support the planning proposal, then that is the decision of the council, and then it is up to the applicant to follow due process separately from council.
I just asked through the chair to the director, is there a way for us to keep this within council to get them to amend the plans before it goes to gateway?
It's a decision though that council determines here. We're not about negotiating. Here it's about councillors making a decision on a planning proposal that's come to council. So we either support the planning proposal or we do not support the planning proposal based on the recommendation that has come through the committee. So it's a decision that councillors have to make based on what's come before us tonight. All right, so therefore, all those in favour say aye. So that is actually the recommendation as on the screen. All those against? Yep. So this is a division, and therefore I'm now going to ask each councillor, because it's a planning item, a division must be called and councillors must, yes, say for or against. So Councillor Morrissey, for. Councillor Muscat. Councillor Fidel. Councillor Jansen.
For.
Councillor Saranowski, for. Councillor Souness. Councillor Werner. Councillor Awada. Councillor Barlow. Councillor Hannah. Councillor Douglas. Councillor Cedrat. Thank you, and I am for as well. Thank you, councillors. All right, so because we were looking at the minutes of 11.3, which is, this item was part of the... Oh, sorry, yes. And I note that Councillor Nargi and Councillor McDougall are not, have left the chamber. So we can move them. I note that Councillor Nargi and Councillor McDougall have returned to the chamber. I now, in relation to the minutes of the City Planning and Environmental Committee meeting on the 13th of April 2022, that those minutes be accepted. Do I have a mover and a seconder? Moved Councillor Morrissey, seconded Councillor Jansen. All those in favour say aye. Against? Declare those minutes carried. We now move on to the next item of the public forum. So this item is 11.4. This is the lease update at 72 Laycock Street, Bexley North, Order of the AHEPA, New South Wales, Inc. Is anyone leaving the room? No? All right. I now, one person has registered to address the meeting about this item. I now invite Miss Ingrid Knopf, affected neighbour, speaking against the recommendation.
Good evening, my name is Ingrid Knopf and I'm a resident of Bexley North, and I'm speaking against the recommendation of 72 Laycock Street, Bexley North, which is the old Bexley North Bowling Club. I've gone through council's websites and I've looked at some of their reports and the recordings relating to this site, and I have a number of concerns. The land is actually community land and cannot be sold, and as such, the council has given AHEPA a lease for 21 years on 11 blocks of land, which is this, at $500 per week. That would equate to $46 per week per block. So far, council have paid a number of numerous legal fees for legal opinions. Numerous third-party town planners have paid. We've paid for the recategorisation for the first time to satisfy the needs of the group. We're now proposing to pay for this again, even though council's legal opinion states that the recategorisation is not actually required. How much has the council paid to date? And from council report, dated February 22, it looks like council is, and I quote, joined as a party in the New South Wales Supreme Court in ongoing litigation in relation to the property. How much will that cost? And all for rent of $500 per week. How long will it take council to recoup these costs? In a council report of November 2020, when a HEPA was actually in administration, it was recommended by council staff to issue a default and put the property to re-tender if the default was not rectified or remedied. This recommendation was deferred a number of times and the process appeared to have changed whereby all issues were to be returned to council rather than proceeding to the next step if the default was not rectified by the due date. This change in the process appears to have assisted a HEPA by prolonging the period to rectify the defect. Had council followed this recommendation, we would have been, by the council, they would have been able to perhaps get a more commercial rent, wouldn't have incurred as many costs, and we would have had perhaps the property in a better state than it is now. Since 2016, when a HEPA were given, awarded the thing, it has been burdened with internal issues. It's had significant financial issues, has been involved in a number of court cases adding to that financial burden. It's been in administration and is described as being technically insolvent. All these is on public record. So if I was responsible to ratepayers to meet this decision,
Seconder?
if I was responsible to ratepayers to make this decision, I would not be supporting to give a 21-year lease on 11, what is equivalent to 11 blocks of residential land for less than $46 a week when it's cost us so much to date, especially when I have concerns about the financial viability of the group and only have a bank guarantee for half the amount that council staff has assessed the work to cost more than 6 months ago. Finally, I would ask myself, would I have supported this in my backyard given, and would I have taken on this financial risk? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Snoff. All right, we have a recommendation before us. Is there a mover and a seconder?
Madam Mayor, I actually have got a lot of questions to ask.
Yeah, we need to move and second
Well, I'll
it.
move that it's, defer, well, I haven't decided which, I'm going to lose whatever I move. So I'll move to have it deferred, for which I tried to move at the committee, for us to have a full briefing on it. We don't need to decide tonight. I mean, I do believe that they're in default, so that's what I'll move at the moment, if I can get a seconder.
So are you looking at an amendment to, or are you doing a foreshadowed motion?
Well, I believe I am moving an amendment, but I'm told that there shall be a foreshadowed motion which will get lost and then there's nothing happening. So I'm trying to move an amendment so that it goes on record.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So you're putting a motion that it be deferred.
It needs to be deferred, or it needs.
So that's your motion?
We need a lot of detail, and I don't think anyone in the room, especially new people, there is so much reading there, and if you go back to the original tender document, it is nothing, virtually nothing what is being proposed now. So I am happy to move it, because I don't believe, and it's up to the council chamber, but I assume that
Is there a seconder?
I'm hoping the new people will agree.
Madam Mayor, can I just make a suggestion? That we go into confidential session, we have our lawyers here to answer any of the questions, because I'm told they're here.
Yes.
Yeah. Like, in all honesty, let's get our lawyers to tell us what council position is, because as we all know, the previous council that's been on there, we've heard the same thing over and over and over again, I'd like to hear what our lawyers tell us, whether they are in breach or not in breach. Are we going to raise items that were previously discussed 5 years ago, and we're just going to spend the whole night here rehashing the same thing, or in the future? I am over it, but I want our lawyers to tell us what they have done and what they're in breach of. So I'm going to move, I don't know whether it's that we go after the end of the meeting, we go in a confidential session and we ask our lawyers to brief us. That's the only way it's going to get resolved.
Seconded, Councillor Morrissey.
Yeah, Madam Mayor, I'm just want to express a concern. Okay, I can understand when we go into a confidential session, if there is a confidential large amount or something that it can't be disclosed to the public. But for the sake of perception, this should be a public forum and it can be dealt with. We don't need to go into a confidential session. So for the sake of transparency, I don't know what my fellow colleagues would think, that we can deal with it in an open. The community, the residents, the stakeholders, the resident that just spoke as an objector, they need to know what goes on, not in private confidential session, because all these confidential sessions are only when there's a confidential monetary in it that can't be disclosed. But everybody knows it's been in public domain for a long, long time. So I think for the sake of perception and transparency, it should be in an open session.
Okay, so we have a, so are you making an amendment to the motion that we go into sorry. So move into. Yep. All right, so we've got the first amendment before us, which is motion moved by councillors Barlow and Souness that this be deferred for council. So I'm going to put that.
Point of order, that is the motion. It's not the amendment, it's the motion. I've moved an amendment to the motion, and that is the motion. There is nothing on the floor to
Sorry, just through the chair. Councillor Barlow, you've moved the motion seconded by Councillor Souness, which is different to the one on the paper, but it is the motion and it is to be debated first. We don't have any amendments before the council at the moment. So your motion will be debated first. Procedural first? Okay, all right. So, sorry, so yes, we'll deal with the procedure, whether we're moving to or not.
So we've got a procedural motion before us. Can you just pop that on the screen, please? Okay, that council go into confidential session in order for councillors to ask questions of the lawyers that are present with us tonight in relation to the matter. So
Madam Mayor, if I can just explain, sorry. The reason to reassure the residents and whoever's watching this on Facebook, the reason being is just in the event of a court challenge, which the previous group has, and I saw in the leader today that someone must be funding this thing. The reason why we have to protect the interests of Bayside City Council, and we need to seek the advice of our lawyers. That's all it is. There's nothing to hide. There's nothing shonky going around, anything like that, Mr. Madam Mayor. It's the thing is that we need to be briefed, as there's been litigation all over the place by the different parties that have been suing each other, and we've been dragged in, and there was an outcome on it. So all I'm asking to is in terms of the interest of Bayside Council, we as councillors should be briefed by our lawyers. And my understanding, I can't talk too much on the report, but it's an update on the situation by the staff in relation to what the HEPA has done. So that's the only reason. There's no hidden agenda. I'm all in favour of open and transparency, but when there's litigation involved, or potential litigation, we need to go in a confidential session. on it. And then once we get briefed by lawyers, it comes back to the council meeting, and within reasons we can thrash it out again. But we need to, and that's the reason. It's just protection for Bayside Council and the residents of Bayside. So anything that's said may be used in a potential litigation by either party.
Thank you, Councillor Saranowski. Councillor Nigel.
Just for the record, Madam Mayor, there's no doubt no one is alleging that going into a confidential session is anyone doing the wrong thing or going to do the wrong thing. We've got a lawyer tonight, and correct me if I'm wrong, through to the GM, a lawyer is present tonight to answer questions in an open session. He wasn't brought in, a lawyer, to answer questions in a confidential session. Again, I don't want to keep repeating myself, for the sake of transparency, okay, and for the sake of the community and the perception that we should be in an open session, not in a closed session. Now, when we talk about litigation, we've had litigations before, not us, but between the two AHEPA, on and off and on and off for the last 4 or 5 years. And we did not go into a confidential session to discuss their litigations. We haven't been summoned for litigation as Bayside, so there's no need to go into confidential session. The community needs to know, and the community, the perception and the transparency, it has to be in an open session. And I respect what councillor is an experienced councillor, and I respect his opinion. But we've got to look at the whole picture. We're talking about the community of 160,000 residents. They need to know this has gone for too long, nearly 6-7 years, and it could go on for another 2 years with another DA. This is a community facility. We need to be in an open session.
Thank you, Councillor Naji. Councillor Hannah.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Look, I'd just like to make a couple of comments. I think I just went round the room. I think we've got 6 new councillors here, and I'd like to bet that very few of them would be completely on top of the history of this. Now, I do have some memory of it because I was involved back in 2016. I think it was April. And I do remember when I actually voted against it going to tender to this organisation. And then I think later on in about December in 2016 there was matters dealt with by the then administrator. Now since during that time, I'm now back on council, and during that time there's a lot of things that have actually changed with this organisation. And I really do think for the benefit of all councillors, and in particular those councillors that are freshly elected, I really do think that we do have to defer this matter and go to an information session, a GM briefing where we have the lawyers there as well, so that councillors are given the opportunity to be fully informed on this, because it's not just a matter of council's potential liability, it's also a matter of individual councillors' potential liability. And I think we've just got to be very, very careful. So I'm going to be supporting what Councillor Barlow has suggested. I really do think for the benefit of everyone, and in particular the new councillors, I really think we have to go into an information session, have the lawyers available, go right back to the history and right back to the original tender documents, look at the state of that organisation the way it was back then, and look at the state of the organisation the way it is now. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Okay. So just before we continue, I think it's important that we may just, at this point, just ask our lawyer to come online in relation, he's actually present with us. If you don't mind, that would be appreciated to just provide the current context in relation to the recommendation tonight.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The recommendation, correct me if I'm wrong, is really just to note the report that went to the committee 2 weeks ago. That's what the committee was asked to do, and that's That's what they resolved to do. And tonight we're just looking at that. The discussion that has been going on between councillors pulls on a lot of other different issues that are not, strictly speaking, the subject of that report and that recommendation. We're talking about litigation, to which Bayside Council is a party. It's also talking about the agreement for licence and lease, which was entered into in May of last year. That's what the default notice related to, and as councillors are very much aware, it was in February that the resolution was made to issue that default notice, and that's the matter that's the subject of that report. As things stand today, standing here, the default that was referred to in that default notice has been remedied. Council does not have a right to terminate the AFL because there is no existing default. We can certainly spend some time discussing the history of the tender and how we've gotten to this point, but the fact of the matter is what governs Council's legal position today is the AFL that was executed 12 months ago, the performance of the parties under that AFL, and the obligations that Council now has to perform what that agreement sets out Council needs to do.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. So, yeah. So,
look, can I just thank you for that. I thought that was a great summary and goes to what I'm about to speak to, and I will speak in support of Councillor Sarabanovsky and my procedural motion. With all due respect to Councillor Nagy, I'm all for openness and transparency, but in this case, unfortunately, the only thing in this motion is that a report, confidential report, be received and noted. And I put it to you that you can't possibly debate or talk about that because it's confidential in an open session. It's all of our responsibility, in fact, not to do that. So with all due respect, and I've got to say, I think at this point, this matter has been discussed, I think, more than any other matter since I've been on council. And in fact, it started before I was on council. So look, if people have questions, and I've got to say the alternative proposal to the motion moved by Councillors Barlow and Souness is to take this to a confidential briefing session. We've got our lawyer here tonight. If people have questions that they want to ask about this confidential report, I suggest you support Councillor Sarabanovsky and my procedural motion so that we can ask those questions.
thank you, Councillor McDougall. Thank you, thank you, Mr. Motton. That
Sorry,
will be
Madam Mayor,
fine.
just a point of order, please.
So, well, at the moment, we have got a procedural motion in front of us that council need to determine. So, let's determine that procedural motion.
Yeah, the point of order, Madam Mayor, we've had two speakers for and against moving into confidential, so I'm moving that this matter be put, please.
Thank you. No, we have to act on that.
Well,
that's
I will
part
then
of.
explain, and I will say,
Councillor
everyone that votes for this, you have stopped the
Councillor
debate.
Barlow, thank
Well,
you.
I know, I'm just repeating the flower
Thank you,
foolish.
Councillor Barlow.
Thank you, everyone here.
Thank you, Councillor Barlow. Thank you, Councillor Barlow. So based on, yes, do we have a no, we have a seconder, Councillor Jansen, so now we move to the procedural. Thank you, Councillor Souness, I'm in the middle of speaking. So we now have a procedural motion in front of us. That motion has been moved by Councillor Sarabanovsky and McDougall that Council go into confidential session in order to ask questions of our lawyers at the meeting, as this relates to commercial information of a confidential nature, as you heard from Mr. Morton, and that legal advice, if disclosed, would prejudice Council's position. So it is a risk for us to speak publicly in relation to this matter. Therefore, I will now put the procedural motion that we go into confidential at the end of the meeting. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Declare it carried. Division? Go around the room. Councillor Morrissey? I'll just wait. Thank you. Okay, Councillor Morrissey? 4. Yes. Councillor Muscat? Councillor Fidel? Councillor Jansen? Councillor Naji? Against. Councillor Saranowski 4. Councillor Tsunis? Councillor Werner? Councillor Wada? Councillor Barlow? Councillor Hannah? Councillor Douglas? Councillor McDougall? Councillor Cedric? I'm 4, therefore I declare it carried. All right, so we will put that to confidential later. So at the moment we are still on 11.4. There are still 2 matters that have been withdrawn from 11.4. So one of the matters was CWA 22.003, the petition, which was for Salisbury Avenue, Bexley, in relation to the proposed left-only turn onto Forest Road. So there was speaker to that item. Do you want to speak to it?
No, I'll actually make it as a question on notice. It's about changing the character of Salisbury Street because it's being destroyed. But the recommendation is really good and the residents happy.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Barlow. All right, so that leaves one final item, and that is the item. Yep. Oh, sorry. We need to put that item, which is CWA 22.003, the petition. Do I have a mover and a seconder? Moved, Councillor Barlow. Second, Councillor Tsunis. All those in favour say aye. Against? Declare it carried. That leaves us one more item. I will be leaving the chair for this item and invite the Deputy Mayor to take the chair. This is in relation to item CWA 22.005, the Brighton Bars Amenities Building. Thank you.
Thank you, councillors. I know the Mayor has now left the chamber. We have a officer's recommendation. To have a mover and a seconder.
Move the recommendation outlined by the
Moved by
staff.
Councillor Saravinovsky, seconded by Councillor Jansen. Any speakers?
I just only wanted to say, and I've spoken to the gentleman in relation to this matter.
Stand up, please.
Oh,
Councillor.
sorry, yeah. I'll be very brief. Just going to say, if we can have ongoing discussions and not let it drag on, to make sure that what's outlined in the report, they follow it through.
Noted, thank you.
Yeah.
Any other speakers? No, I'll put the motion. Moved by Councillors Saravinovsky and Jansen. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against, no. Declare the motion carried. Thank you. I'll ask the Mayor to return to the chair.
Councillors, just before we continue, I invite everyone in the chamber to stand up and have a stretch. It's not healthy for us to sit so long.
Aerobics class.
So we might just take a moment while councillors freshen up. And staff. Chair yoga.
You are? Almost said aye. All those in favour say aye.
All right, councillors, residents, we'll reconvene. Please take your seats. All right, thank you, councillors. We are now continuing with our public forum. The next item for public forum is 12.2. This is a notice of motion in relation to an update on the Boulevard Car Park Brighton Le Sands operations analysis. And we have one person registered to speak about this item. I invite Mr. John D'Amato, interested resident, speaking for the motion.
Can you hear me?
Yes, thank
Hello?
you, Mr. D'Amato. You may commence. You've got 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and councillors, for giving me this opportunity to speak for the motion. The councillors be provided an update at the June Works and Assets Committee meeting on the concept plan options for the redevelopment of the Boulevard Car Park in Brighton Le Sands, and the recommended next steps to progress the project and deliver the best outcome for the community. As it is well-known fact, we have a shortfall of car parking space in Brighton Le Sands. The only council car park behind the RSL Club is most of the time full on weekends. During rainy days, the area around the entrance to the stairwells gets puddles of water. This is caused by water seeping through cracks in the floors above due to concrete cancers and of course also with the water that cars carry with them while they enter the station. All this makes it awkward to get into and out of these stairwells. And what about the condition of the stairwells? The dirt and the foul smell make you want to hold your breath while you are ascending or descending them. Some people use the ramps to avoid the stairs, which is a dangerous practice. This made me bring the problems to the attention of Councillor Cedric. I am aware and very thankful that cleanliness and remedial works will take place soon. Therefore, I support this motion to redevelop the Boulevard Car Park to help the community and visitors that come to enjoy our beaches and thus help business in the locality. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And firstly, I'd like to thank the Speaker, Mr. D'Amato, who brought this to my attention. I want to thank him for bringing this to really the floor and helping this motion, as well as I want to thank our director over here, Mr. Clisol, and the council staff. In particular, when Mr. D'Amato first brought this to my attention, the team here at council put straight away a short-term plan to fix and remedy some of those issues, such as the leaks in the car park on the staircase, such as the cleanliness of the staircase. I want to thank the staff there, and I want to thank the other councillors. Councillors, this is quite an old motion that was put a year ago by Councillor McDonald as well as Councillor Tunis about analysing the Boulevard car park. And this is quite an important council asset. We all know it's in a bad state, and we've looked at many options going forward, how to rejuvenate it, to redevelop it. The original motion was proposed for council to look at options to make it better, to converting it into something that's financial and to service the community. The primary objective of this motion and this current motion is to address, like the Speaker just said, the shortfall in parking. The shortfall in parking in Brighton Les Sands. We've spoken about it for a long time. This car park has not really moved off the ground. We have many visitors that come to Brighton Les Sands with nowhere to park. So it is imperative to get real progress about this car park and look at real options that we've got. So what I'm asking here in the motion is asking for that councillors be provided with an update at the June Works and Assets Committee meeting on the concept plans for the redevelopment of the Boulevard car park, particularly be advised on the recommendations of the next step, costings, and potentially what we can do. And I reiterate again, this is so vital for Brighton Les Sands. We always hear about the hooning and the rubbish. The other third important point is parking. And if we don't address this now and get these options back to council, then we're not going to be able to move forward. And the June deadline just gives our staff enough time to be able to put something together and give them some options. There's already work in progress, and we're asking bring it to the floor. Thank you.
I just have a question about this because I've already asked about this to the relevant directors in council, and my understanding was it's already going to be brought to the June Works and Assets Committee as part of due process. Can I just ask that, please?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, back in July last year, we did put up a motion to look at opportunities in developing the car park in its current location. There's obviously challenges there in terms of what can we build there, how do we fund it, where do we put the cars when we're building it, the big concerns. But when I saw Councillor Cedric's motion, I thought it's more in line with, okay, we'll do that, but in the interim, there's safety concerns there. There's water egress to the core areas where people come down the stairs. There's lighting issues. There's rails that are a bit dodgy. There's a lot of rubbish there. So I know there's obviously a maintenance regime, but the building's gone to a point where maybe that's not occurring as it should be. I don't know. We can ask the relevant director, what do we do there? We've got an asset. It needs to be functional. People park there. There's elderly. There's all sorts of people that use the thing. If we have someone slip or lights not working or something not operational as it needs to be, we need to put the effort into that until we make a decision on where we're going with that particular car park. And I look forward to seeing a report in the coming months in terms of opportunities and get all the councillors involved, because Brighton does need a core parking station, so to speak, but it'll be a difficult move to make because of where do we put the displaced cars when we are actually in the process of building this thing. So it's up in the air for the moment. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Tunis. Any other speakers? Therefore,
Madam Mayor, just Councillor Douglas asked a question, but
Councillor Tunis, can you turn
she made the comment, so I thought maybe she should have the answer. She asked a question that she'd already asked in the process.
But that's regardless. That's regardless a motion's been put and council would consider that motion regardless of any potential reports that were coming anyway.
Madam Chair, could I just add something to that, if possible, if with the discretion of the mover, that we actually get some sort of short report in terms of what's outstanding issues are there in that car park. Like I said, there's fire doors, there's all sorts of things there that need to be working for the car park to be operational. If it's, well, not maintenance, but so we can see what maintenance we need to do, because like I said, we don't need someone sleeping there because we're going to build a car park one day. So let's get a report, see what needs to be done, and maybe we can address some of the smaller issues.
So Councillor Cedric, are you happy to have added to your motion that we just review the current maintenance requirements of that particular site? We'll just add that. Review the current. Yes, Councillor Jansen.
Through you, Madam Mayor, can I just ask what the current capacity of that car park is in terms of parking? To the relevant director.
We might take that on notice.
Okay,
Thank you, Councillor Jansen. All right, any other discussion? No, I put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Against? Declare it carried. Okay, that takes us to item 12.3. This is a notice of motion to invest. Oh, thank you, Councillor Wada. Could we please ask Councillor Saranowski to return to the chamber? We 12.3. I think Councillor Saranowski will join us shortly, so we'll proceed. 12.3, this is a notice of motion to investigate the need and potential sites for indoor and outdoor basketball courts across Bayside LGA. 2 people have registered to address the meeting about this item. I invite the following person to speak, Mrs. Kate Javeski, interested resident and representative of a local community sporting organisation, speaking for the motion. Is Mrs. Javeski with us?
I am. I'm on Teams. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Thank you. Please go ahead. You've got 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and councillors. And I'm speaking in support of the motion this evening, and I thank Councillor Cedric for raising it. As well as being a Bayside resident, I'm a basketball player, referee, manager, coach and director of St George Basketball. And on behalf of myself and St George Basketball, I wholeheartedly support this motion in support of basketball and sport in our area. Basketball is Australia's second fastest growing sport, and with the success of the Australian men's team at the Tokyo Olympics and the FIBA Women's World Cup being played in Sydney in September this year, the growth is expected to only increase further. Basketball is such a simple activity, just needing a ball, yourself and a hoop to participate, but sadly our area is lacking in one of these essential items. Through our work with Basketball New South Wales, our governing body, we know that over 800 local Bayside residents already leave the area to play competitive basketball due to the lack of facilities for competition in our area. In watching our young players in the association struggle during the last 2 years, being unable to play in competition indoors or practice their skills, it's highlighted the needs for more basketball spaces in our community, both indoor and outdoor. 2 years of COVID lockdowns has taught me the value of outdoor spaces where people can enjoy activities in the fresh air and sunshine, either playing by themselves or with friends or family. Aside from the physical health benefits of regular activity, going out and gathering with friends or even meeting new friends on a court provides a boost to social, emotional and mental health of people of all ages, and particularly the youth in our community. We are blessed to have such a range of outdoor spaces in our area. However, there's already over 14 football fields in the area and 3 council half courts and 1 full court in the entire LGA outside. At Garnet Reserve, which is a half court, Grace Campbell Reserve, which is a half court, Burley Park, which is a full court, and Lestrange Park, which is a shooting circle half court. I understand from the council website that there's also the Walleye Creek Park site still under consideration for a possible basketball space. If you've ever been past the outdoor court at Hogburn Park in Cogra, you notice that on a sunny day, it's always full of players, with more waiting on the sidelines for the opportunity to use the space. With the PCYC's outdoor court often locked and schools mostly fenced with high fencing to keep out the public, space is incredibly limited for simple outdoor recreation of shooting a basketball and playing with friends. Additionally, the density population in Sydney means that there is less of an opportunity for people to have access to a basketball hoop on their own property to keep up their practice and development. As part of St George's own development programs, we actively encourage young players to use every opportunity to practice wherever and whenever they can. Without local spaces to do so, they are unable to practice often or as fully as they would like. I and the basketball players and families in your local community thank you for the consideration of this motion and thank you for the opportunity to address you this evening.
Thank you, Mrs. Draveski. I now invite Mr. Ali Karuche, an interested resident speaking for the motion. Okay, so thank you. We'll note that the resident is not here. So as there are no more speakers on this item, we will now deal with the item. There's a motion before us. Is there a mover? Cedric, Councillor Morrissey seconded. Would you like to speak to the motion?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Before I speak to this, if I could just note, there has been a change to the motion, and it's up there for councillors to view. And I'll go through it and the reason for it. But just quickly in regards to how the motion's changed, and my good colleague on the other side, Councillor Morrissey, we've been debating this quite for a while now, and the reason why, what we've done is we've divided it, instead of going indoor and outdoor basketball, we're now looking at outdoor only. And the rationale there, and I'm sure he could elaborate, is that this is our main focus right now until we get some information back, and then we could look at indoor. Look, I'll go through this in a second as well. I'm really passionate about basketball and this motion, and I want to thank the Speaker, as well as Councillor Morrissey and Madam Mayor yourself, who I know have been dealing this from pretty much January, February. What we have here, ladies and gentlemen, is to investigate the potential sites for outdoor basketball courts across Bayside LGA. And how this started with me was my son came to me not long ago and said, "Dad, we don't have much basketball facilities in our LGA. We usually go to Cogra. We've got to step over to Cogra, which is in the Georges River one." And so as a result, I reached out to fellow councillors. Sorry? Anyway, and so I stepped out of my, I stepped over to fellow councillors to look at this, and since then, I've spoken to the St George Basketball Association, New South Wales Basketball, our staff, who I want to thank, as well as fellow councillors, and I know this has been spoken about for quite a while previously, but we need to move on this now. Basketball is a fast-growing sport across Australia, catering from players of all ages, genders and abilities. Basketball is actually the second biggest team sport, both within Australia and Bayside. However, due to the lack of facilities in our area, over 800 players, 800 people, residents of Bayside, play basketball outside. Across Bayside, if you look at where our sporting facilities lie, it's synthetic grass, it's soccer, it's football, it's netball, it's a little bit of tennis. However, basketball is unrepresented. This is one of those sports, like the Speaker just mentioned, and I want to thank her once again. She's done an amazing job in the St George Basketball Association. You could play one-on-one, you could play by yourself even, throwing some hoops up. This is a great way to take kids off the street, similar to our skateboard parks to give them something to do. Basketball is one of those. So the motion that is up before us is number one, that council retable the map identifying all existing and proposed basketball sites across the LGA. Two, that council provide a non-site specific estimated costings for full and half court. And this is really important. We create all these beautiful facilities and beautiful grounds. It would be wonderful to have a half court basketball, concrete slab, some line marking, and one basketball hoop, and you've got a basketball court. It's that simple. So it would be great to get a budget on this. I think it could be quite easily done. And also that council identify sites, indoor and outdoor, as well as identify a strategy for funding. And the final thing, number 5, is that this is to be brought back to the July City Services Committee, detailing a progress update on the motion, outcome investigation, funding strategies, and basically potentially if we need to go into community consultation and getting the whole community involved in this. I think this is a great initiative in our term for Bayside Council to really get behind basketball. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cedric. Councillor Morrissey.
Yeah, thank you. And yes, I have been working with Councillor Cedric on this, and the reason how this also came about was that this was also presented a number of times to the Sport and Recreation Committee during the last term of council. So when we say retable the map, it's already been done. There was identified sites of existing all over the LGA, and some discussion around what can be prioritised. Effectively, stuff happened. It was, I wouldn't say it's shelved, but it was just deprioritised. So what we want to do is take that back off the shelf. When we're looking at the estimated costings, we don't know any sites just yet, but what we need to know is if there's how much does a half court cost generic? What does that give or take X dollars? What does it cost for a half court? What does it cost for a full court? To prepare for when sites are available and or funding is available, we can say, right, we know that a half court costs X or a full court costs Y. Here's a site, we've got funding or a grant opportunity there, we're ready to go. So it's just preempting and getting prepared for that. As Councillor Cedric said, we as a council, even in this current term, have approved, and in the past council term, have approved some amazing playground facilities where we've delivered so much, and that's something that we should all be proud of for the community. What we're looking to cater for is the increasing demand for basketball facilities, and where the playgrounds don't necessarily cater for kids in the teens up to their adult life. It's not uncommon to see basketball courts, and there's people, anyone from 5-year-olds to 90-year-olds can get up and play basketball, while they're individually one-on-one or as a group. So we're of course seeking support for this, and thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Morrissey. Are there any other speakers?
I just want to make a comment about the report. Now it's changed a lot, that's good. I don't know the costing still, but I have to make a comment on the Arncliffe Youth Centre. I find the statement here is totally incorrect. It's insulting. If you look at this, Arncliffe Transformation, part of Curry's mission to change game for good. I thought it was Councillor Curry. No, his name's Stephen Curry. He's an American basketballer, an NBA 3-times champion. I think he's the point guard. He has actually donated. We are the first court in Australia to have the Curry form of flooring. It is a first. Apparently, so I feel that was an insult. The research wasn't good enough, because yes, it might be concrete, it's covered with resin, it has the bounce in it, but it's a Curry court. This person it's wonderful to find someone who is giving back to the community and all over the world. Now, this is the first court outside America. So and this is with Charity Bounce that runs the community. It was all basketball. Don't know if your son went to the basketball sessions in the school holidays. They were advertised. and I think they were full. They had days where there was only girls only. It's all on Facebook. Very good and very well. I think it was very well used, and sort of I think they were full all the time. So I'm happy with the changes. Bit concerned about how much it would cost if it's not a feasibility study like it was before. I did speak to former Councillor McDonald, and he said, no, we've been doing this for ages. And Councillor Morrissey now confirms it, that they had been looking at it in the Sport and Rec Committee. So, anyway, and the younger players, the Director of City Life might be able to confirm that it's a youth centre and the hoop is not as low as it could be for younger children. Is that correct? It doesn't lower down to the bottom, to the level. But anyway, look, it's great. It's a game that I enjoyed netball. But I really feel that maybe the research was not there. I'm a bit concerned, that's all. I just wanted to correct it, that we have something that no other country out of America has.
Thank you, Councillor Barlow. I put the motion, sorry, Councillor Werner.
Sorry, just a question through you, Chair. Has Bayside Council ever done a sport and recreation needs assessment? I do believe basketball is a very fast-growing sport, but I'm just wondering if we have any evidence to support the amount of people in our area that are playing different kinds of sports, and anything if we have any evidence to support this.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Werner. We may take that on notice, and that can form part of the next report as well, because it's come to Sport and Rec in the past where we have looked at feasibility. Did you want to talk to that, or we can pull that data out from? Yeah, I'm happy to take it. Yeah, we'll take it on notice. Thank you.
Oh, sorry. I only just wanted to make a comment that we've never had our tour of the city, and possibly the new councils only, they need to have a tour of the amazing youth centre. And because we didn't get it because of COVID, so I think maybe it could go on to just the new ones.
I'm sure they could visit Arncliffe Youth Centre.
Thank you, Councillor Barlow. We've actually been in there. It's an amazing facility.
It is, isn't it?
It's wonderful. So,
yeah,
I was very impressed.
But everyone needs to be able to go.
Thank you.
Australia Day was there. We've had the opening.
We encourage all councillors to visit. Councillor Werner.
Yeah, just whether I'd like to propose an amendment, which is that because it says here council further investigates potential locations and costing, for basketball, but I'm wondering if we can expand that to looking at all sports, because I think before we start going and spending a lot of money looking at one particular sport, why don't we get an idea of all the different sports that people are playing, and also other recreational needs, so that we can make these decisions based on evidence rather than based on who's the best lobbyist, in the sports community. So I just think we do need a sport and recreation needs assessment before, and I'm in full support of basketball. I know it is a fast-growing sport. I know people who play it, but I really do think that we should, that we need the evidence before we make these decisions. Thank you.
So
can it be added to the current motion?
So in relation to that, needs the motion is about basketball specifically. So what when a report comes to a future Sport and Rec, where we've talked about previous needs analysis, which was across a number of sports, then we can have look at bringing that previous report to a future Sport and Rec, if you're okay with that. Thank you. All right, we'll put the motion. Sorry, you can have right of reply.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Look, I just wanted to clarify, I understand your sentiment, Councillor Werner, and I think it's a good suggestion going forward. In regards to the youth centre that's been raised, The youth centre is an amazing facility. However, according to New South Wales Basketball and St George Basketball Association, to play an official league game, it is not fit for purpose. Now, some people who like to mumble under their breath might say otherwise. I've checked with council as well. They think it is. They think it is fit. However, the people that are organising these official games in our part of the world say they're not. I understand the curry regime. I love curry. Number one. Number two, my son did go to that camp at Arncliffe. And three, this is what we're asking for. We're asking for costings, councillor. We're not asking for, through you, Madam Chair. What we're asking for is not put basketball everywhere. What we're asking for is, how much is this going to cost? And Councillor Morrissey pinpointed that previously, is how much is this going to cost? So we could make a valued decision as a council. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you, Councillor Cedric. I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Declare it carried. This now takes us to item 12.4, a notice of motion on, Patank Court in Bexley Park. And this motion, we have two people registered to address the meeting about this item. Miss Josie Alessandro, interested resident, speaking for the motion. Would you like to?
Yes, I'm here for Petong Club, and she, like I said, the guy wants to do basketball court. We would like you to have a couple of pitch to play Petong to practice, because in the area is nothing, is everything for young children, but not for older people. And we would like you to have some Petong pitch so we can practice our game.
Thank you.
Okay?
Thank you very much for coming and speaking.
Thank you.
I now invite Mr. Peter Neal, interested citizen, speaking for the motion.
Madam Mayor, Council. I'm here as a very enthusiastic but fairly mediocre Petong player. I'd like to speak in favour of the proposal to institute Petong courts at Bexley Park. I thought perhaps that some of you might not know what Petong is. Petong is the sort of French version of bowls that's very popular in France. It's played with this ball, like that. It looks like a cannonball, but that's because these balls actually came into France from cannonball factories when they became obsolete. This ball here is the cochonnet. Cochonnet means little pig. The idea is that you throw the cochonnet 6 to 10 metres, and everybody is in a competition to throw their ball as close as they can to the cochonnet. After 13 points, again, somebody is declared the winner of each match. So why should we? Actually, first I'd like to talk a little bit about what's involved in having a Petong pitch. It's just an area of 15 by 4 metres with road base or decomposed gravel. Petong pits are a great investment in enhanced recreational amenity for council. They're low cost, require virtually no maintenance, and promote an inclusive activity that can be enjoyed by everybody. It really ticks the inclusion boxes. age, gender, and people with disability. It's very popular with older people. Provision of a few petanque pits would fit in very well with Bayside's age-friendly community strategy. I know that you're very big on that. As well as providing an opportunity for senior participation in sport. It's a great social opportunity. This is because it's a very accessible game. It's relatively easy to become proficient enough to play socially. And beyond this, there are opportunities to play competitively. I've got my colleagues here, who are all here tonight, from the Bulls Artists Petanque Club. You can see them there in their red T-shirts. Thank you. The Petanque Federation of Australia has 200 members, and our club has 60 members. As well as general petanque play and practice, the amenity could be used on a variety of occasions, e.g. for fetes and fairs in the park, try petanque excursions from schools and retirement villages. So because of all of these things, I commend the project to you, Madam Mayor, and to Council, and hope that you can see your way clear to support it.
Thank you very much, Mr. Neal. Okay, as there are... Thank you. As there are no more speakers on this item, we will now deal with this item. So there's a motion before us. Is there a mover and a seconder? Moved Councillor Hannah, seconded Councillor Barlow. Is there any discussion? Councillor Hannah?
Look, thanks very much for having the opportunity to, during this term of council, move my first notice of motion. It comes as a big relief. When I was handing out on election day, Miss Alessandro came up to me and said, "Council does a lot of things for young people, but when it comes to sporting activities, there's not a lot that's provided for the more senior people." And as I'm starting to move into that realm myself, that really resonated with me. Now, it's interesting because this game was actually played on the old Bexley North bowling club site, and they lost that site. There's no facilities at all within this LGA for this game to be played. And even though it probably leans more towards the more senior population, it's a game that's available for all ages, and it's extraordinarily popular and it's growing in popularity. Now, for competition purposes, these people have to travel, I think the closest spot's South Coogee, and then they have to travel further afield, Centennial Park, and further afield. So this is an opportunity for council to actually provide something for these people that not only helps with their physical well-being, but with their mental well-being. Because this gives, particularly our senior residents, something to do. It gets them out, they have social interaction, and it really helps with their physical and mental well-being. Now, the reason that I actually picked on this is that these courts, which, you know, as you've heard, they're only 15 by 4 metres, these things are dirt cheap to construct, literally. I mean, they're made out of crushed gravel, and you just have to have some edging around them. Virtually no maintenance, and I know that council is extremely concerned about its renewal program, the cost of renewal, and maintaining. These things are extraordinarily cheap to build. I don't see any reason why there couldn't be one or two of these built in the Bexley Park area. I really don't think it's going to have any impact on the heritage nature of that park. They're on a low level, very, very low impact, and you know, given the canteen and the toilets and the shed that was built there for the tractor and everything, I don't think one or two of these courts is going to cause too much drama. Very, very cheap to construct. But in addition to that, I think we should really be looking at where we can provide multiple courts, and maybe this could be butted into the basketball report, where we can provide multiple courts for these competitions to be played. So I'm commending this to the chamber. I think if we can get a couple of these done, I mean, this is something that council employees can construct without a problem, and I'm sure that they could do it without it being botched. Yeah. Anyway.
Thank you,
So, yeah,
Councillor Hannah.
Thank you.
Are there any other speakers for this item? Councillor Werner?
I would like to support this motion. I think it's a great idea, but again, wondering whether it would be possible to make an amendment that this is considered after there is a sport and recreation needs assessment, because you know, this is obviously a big club that's growing in Bayside, but I would like to know what other clubs there are as well that need our support. So, so yeah, would you consider that amendment?
Madam Mayor, no, I won't. I'd be happy to consider the amendment in respect of possibly the feasibility of the 10 competition courts. But in regards to getting something up and running quickly for these people to be able to practice on, I really don't think it's asking too much for this council to consider constructing one or two of these courts in Bexley Park. Extraordinarily low cost, and I really don't think we need any reports on that. I mean, these are just one or two courts, 4 metres by 15 metres, crushed gravel. They're basically like a child's sandpit, except with crushed gravel. I don't think we need any reports on that. I mean, you've got people here in the chamber, you can see that they want to play this game, and I think we should be providing them with a space where they can do it.
Thank you, Councillor Hannah. Do you want to continue with your amendment or withdraw it?
Well, I guess based on what you just said, Councillor Hannah, maybe that number 2 is an amendment that, as you said before we look at building 10 of them, that would be a sport recreation assessment.
What I would be prepared to do is add that it be done in conjunction with the study being done in regards to the basketball courts, because I feel there could be an opportunity there maybe where there could be some co-location.
So can I just clarify, Councillor Hannah, so the motion talks about 10 petanque courts, but you're referring to one 15 by 4 metres, so is there 10 in 15 by 4 metres, or is that just one?
No, one court is 15 by 4 metres. Yeah.
So
what I'm suggesting is that we move to construct at least one of these, possibly two, which would be 2 at 15 by 4 metres in a suitable location in Bexley Park, and then the next step is to identify a suitable location where we could perhaps establish 10 of them so that competitions could be held. So the ones in Bexley Park would not be for competition, they would be for individuals for practice recreation.
So we'll just...
Yeah, I mean, if we could get 2 courts in Bexley Park, it would be even better.
So hang on. So at the moment, well, we've got the motion here. So it's that council investigates the practicality you had of creating a petanque court. So are you amending that to 2 or just a petanque court?
My preference would be to get 2 there, because I think it just expands the capacity of it. And I mean, you're still only going to be looking at something like about 10 by 30 metres. That's what you're going to be looking at, 8 by 30 metres in total, or 10 by 30 metres.
So would you be happy with...
8 by 15, sorry. 8 by 15.
Would you be happy with 1 to 2, because just that way there can be some investigation? Yeah. Councillor McDougall?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Councillor Hannah, for bringing this motion here. Now, I'd never heard of Tank before this report. I saw this report. Now I know the difference between the cannonball and the cochonnet, so thank you. Look, I don't have a problem with the motion as it stands, but I think what Councillor Hannah, are you saying we want to resolve tonight to build these in the park? Yeah, build. So item 1, it says investigate it, but you're saying you want to build it. Look, I'm happy to investigate it if we come back next meeting, but I don't think we should resolve tonight to build anything that, again, you know, with all due respect to Tank, I've never heard of it. I'd like to see how much this costs. You know, there are obviously people who are interested in playing this. That's not a problem. But just following process, I'm sure we can wait a month, come back, and then consider it.
So we'll just,
Yeah.
we'll just get a response.
Yeah, look, just to clarify, my motion is to investigate the practicality. Now, obviously, there's going to be some costing involved with that. I mean, they are low cost to build, and they're very low cost to maintain. But yeah, by all means.
So based on that conversation, so really you're suggesting that you're putting forward 1 and 3 as at this point in time, which is we investigate the practicality of creating 1 or 2, and then that a report be prepared for possible locations.
With a specific focus on the 1 to 2 being in Bexley Park, and the report on future, you know, up to 10 in other locations.
Thank you. Councillor Muscat?
Madam Chair, I was going to offer the suggestion that for number 2, change it to the council identifies suitable locations. So that way you're leaving yourself open to looking at all possibilities of where you could go and what works best for that sport.
Thank you. Is there any further
No,
discussion?
just that, you know, I'm happy with all the changes that are happening, and I think I might be a senior, but I'd say I'm not. But yeah, you're right. There is nothing around for the older generation, except, you know, if you want to play tennis and you're fit. I know there was croquet that was played at Bexley Bowling Club as well at one stage, as well as baton. So I'm happy with the changes, and hopefully look forward to seeing it, and we can all go up there and have a go.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor,
Councillor
just a question that these, the 1 to 2 petanque courts are not just available for seniors but for all residents. They could be attracting a younger demographic as well that are attracted to the sport. So it's not just for seniors, it's for the entire community.
Yeah. So, can I just, Councillor Hannah, just on advice from the GM, by leaving a full report as per number 3 about possible locations for more courts slows down the process. So perhaps if the initial focus is on investigating the practicality and locations of creating 1 to 2 courts as a first step, and that way that process can begin now, as opposed to the more in-depth of 2 and 3. Would you be happy if the motion just stayed with number 1 for now? And a report be provided to a committee meeting in June or July, giving staff some time to investigate options?
I'm happy with that, but I don't want to see number 3 drop off. So I'm just wondering whether or not we just prioritise it.
Unless you bring that back in the future motion.
Yeah, well, I mean, I could do that. I suppose we're going to be better informed if that's the case. I mean, once we get the information on Bexley,
costing and
yeah, that's right.
locations.
That's right. We're going to be better informed. So,
all right. So if we just leave number 1, that council resolves to investigate, and that a report be provided to the June or July committee meeting, and remove 2 and 3 for now?
That's fine. I'll be happy to take those out, and then we'll bring those back to a future meeting once we're better informed.
Once we've got a bit more. All right. Thank you. Right of reply?
I just hope everyone supports this, because I think it's a very good initiative, and it's not going to cost us much, not going to cost the ratepayers much.
And we have to thank all the players and for coming out tonight and sitting through a number of agenda items, and thank you for your enthusiasm. So I will now put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Declare it carried. Thank you. Yeah. All right, councillors, we now move to item 12.6. So we have, this is the antisocial behaviour in Riverside Drive, Sanssouci, petition from residents. 3 people have registered to address the meeting about this item. I now invite Miss Rita Michelle's affected neighbour speaking for the motion.
How's everyone? Alrighty, so I did have a little bit of a longer speech going because I have 3 minutes. I'm going to try and condense it down. So thank you for your time. So thank you. My name is Rhea Michaels, and I moved to Sanssouci when I was 7. And for the past 25 years, I've had the privilege of calling Sanssouci home. I'm here tonight to speak on behalf of myself and the concerned citizens who have signed our petitions to implement solutions to the hooning and the high levels of antisocial behaviour at Riverside Drive, Sanssouci. The people of Sanssouci have had enough. However, the residents of Riverside Drive have been driven by the deterioration of our beautiful area, so we've decided to do something about it. We've been suffering anxiety and lack of sleep from noise generated by antisocial behaviour, which used to only be on Thursdays, Fridays and Saturdays, but it's now moved on to every night, and it's starting at any time from 8:30, which is fun. And it's not just about the loud cars. That's not what we're complaining about. It's more than that. It's the gathering of groups. It's the motorbikes, the revving, the donuts, the burnouts. They're using the roads as their own personal laneways. It's the sexual activity that we've witnessed, and the drug deals that are almost a weekly occurrence that residents have actually been asked, do you want to buy drugs? Last but not least, and I'm sure there's more to go, but it's the it's the public urination and defecation, which I have unfortunately personally witnessed. It's not only on the beach, it's on the grass strips. It's disgusting. So what we did about it, so when I first uploaded the Stop the Hooning petition on the Facebook Sanssouci Market page in January, I was overwhelmed by the support of the community and their feedback. So I do have a petition that I will give to you. I just didn't bring it up with me. But we do have that. I was going to read a few quotes from that petition, but again, we're very short of time, so I'm just going to kind of cut through all that and just say a lot of people, it's not just about the loud noises, it's about people are scared that accidents are going to happen, they're scared that fatalities are going to happen. And I know you're all probably thinking, where are the police? Why don't you just call the police? We've tried that multiple times. Many people have tried it. And so when we have called the police, residents were often told that they're too busy. Granted, they probably do have bigger fish to fry, but as I mentioned, there's drug deals going on, there's people having sexual activity and also publicly defecating. So it's not just for the loud cars. So of course the police, when we did finally get in contact with them, we were lucky enough to chat to one of them personally. So when the police came to chat to one of the residents, they did, where am I trying to go for? They did suggest that we do a parking implement from 9 p.m. to 5 p.m, Thursday, Friday and Saturday. So what are we campaigning for? We're asking that the Bayside Council accept the submitted petition that we have sent and also investigate the following solutions. The Bayside Council actively advocate to St George Police on behalf of residents. Where possible, prioritise the replacement of the streetlight on the parking bay on Riverside Drive between Napoleon Street and Tuffy Avenue, because as you can imagine, a dark street is only just really going to entice the antisocial behaviour. And most importantly, it's the trial restricted parking from 9 p.m. to 5 a.m. on Riverside Drive parking bays between Napoleon Street and Tuffy Avenue. And so just basically to summarise, it's the residents of Riverside Drive, San Susie, we're not trying to complain for the sake of complaining, nor are we trying to have council ridiculed in public or to stop anyone enjoying our beautiful place, because we know everyone's welcome. We want people to come here. We just want people to respect it, to respect the residents, and most importantly, respect the law. So on behalf of the residents of Riverside Drive and San Susie, we thank you for your time and we appreciate you allowing me to speak. I hope you can see how there's so many people with the petition that we're going to submit. We have over 500 people. And most importantly, I just want to thank Heidi for listening to us and for actually caring about the Riverside Drive San Susie. Thank you.
Thank you, Miss Michaels. I now invite Mrs. Lily Vidach, affected neighbour, speaking for the motion.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and councillors. My name is Lily Vidach and I'm a resident of Riverside Drive, and I'm also representing my neighbours and community. I want my home to be my safe place and my sanctuary for my family. I want it to feel safe where we can unwind, relax and sleep in peace. A safe and relaxing home to be with my children and grandchildren should not be too much to ask. Given the stresses in everyday life, our home should be our refuge and haven. However, this is not the case. Due to the gatherings occurring in the parking bays in front of our street over the last few years, I have had to collect my daughter from the front of our home late at night after she finishes uni or work, as the inappropriate comments and gestures are demoralising and intimidating to a young lady who is just trying to come home. This isn't at a nightclub, nor in a busy street in the city, not in an unfamiliar place, just a residential street in San Susie. This is one of many reasons we're here tonight. 7 years ago, we moved to San Susie and were told that the meaning of San Susie is carefree or resting place. However, over the last few years, it has not been that. As ratepayers, ordinary hardworking people, we are asking for your assistance in this matter to stop the hooning and antisocial behaviour. Put yourselves in our shoes. Thank you very much for listening tonight, and thank you, Heidi. Thank you.
Thank you. I now invite Mr. Robert Buffoni to address the council. Affected neighbour speaking for the motion.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. My name is Bob Buffoni. I live on the corner of Riverside Drive and Tuffy Avenue. I endorse everything that's been said by the two previous speakers. The behaviour is just as described. In fact, you could describe it as hoonery on steroids, the way at times. I think everybody's entitled to a quiet enjoyment of their residential living. And we're certainly not getting that, and it's been now going on for 2 years and it's become quite intolerable. There has been some progress in the sense that for 2 years we've been ringing the police, we've been ringing the other line, it just escapes me, but it just doesn't get anywhere because it really requires council to cooperate with the police by putting in the parking signs, the no parking signs between the hours of 9 and 5 in the morning, so that when the police come, they have some grounds to move people on. Whereas when they come now, and I've watched them, they come and everything goes quiet they seem to know when the police are coming because you see them peel off and drive away. The police come, I've seen them park for 10 or 15 minutes and the behaviours, no trouble. Police go, 15 minutes later, they're back. So without those notices up there, I don't think anything will work. We need to have some sort of teeth put into the control of these hoons. Look, I went for a walk one night and I pretended that I was just a walker, and I spoke to them because they were all over the footpath, and I said to one fellow, gee, there's a lot of you. How do you get on with the cops and the council? And he said to me, we run rings around them. So the attitude, they have no respect for council, no respect for the residents, no respect for the police. So I hope something can be done. There are a lot of things that can be done. I don't know whether impounding cars after certain warnings is on or not. I'm aware that when you bring up these sorts of things, people throw their hands in the air and say, oh, we haven't got the power to do that. But on the other hand, when you think we've got a state government, we've got local government, we've got the police, and if you roll them into one, they don't seem to have the power that finance companies have. Because if you miss out on a payment on your car, they simply take your car. So I don't see why we can't have stronger moves towards controlling the hoons. The other thing I would just mention quickly is the chicane, which council put in with good intentions, but it's not working very well because the hoons love it. They go down and they come back and they see how fast they can go through it. And they can go through very fast, I can tell you. They're not bad drivers, and they drive, some of them, quite late model cars. Audis, Mercedes. So I think it's just got to the stage where it's become intolerable, and the redress can only come through council for a start. So
Thank you for
that's
coming
what we'd like. Thank you.
All right, as there are no more speakers on this item, we'll now deal with the item. There's a motion before us of a mover, Councillor Douglas, seconder, Councillor McDougall. Councillor Douglas, would you like to speak?
Thank you. Thank you, the residents, for coming tonight. I know it's been a long night to sit through, and you've all done an amazing job to get it to this point. I mean, how wonderful is it to see our residents taking part in democracy here, all these issues tonight. I feel very appreciative that you've all taken the time to create the kind of community that you want to live in. In terms of what my background with this is, that Ria Michaels made this petition on a commonly used international petition platform, change.org, in late January, and has had approximately 500 residents in total sign her digital and paper petition. I reached out to offer help to Ria in the same way that Councillor Saravinovsky offered help to me when I had a petition and needed to bring it to council and didn't know how to do it. So that's why I'm here to support Ria and the community. Last month I met with Ria and the residents Lily and Robin, who are here tonight, and we sat and had a long chat at the cafe, and we went and did a site visit, and they explained to me the issues that they were facing. What we've heard tonight is they're suffering from anxiety, from noise generated by antisocial behaviour, mostly on Thursday, Friday and Saturday nights from 10 p.m, but at other times as well. Gatherings of noisy high-performance vehicles, motorbikes, revving, donuts, burnouts, sexual activity and suspected drug deals are a weekly regular occurrence. And the residents have told me that this activity has gotten significantly worse over the last 2 to 3 years, so that they actually dread weekend nights. The antisocial behaviour wakes both adults and young children regularly throughout the night, leading to anxiety. And residents have often called Kogarah Police Station, but have been told that police are too busy to attend. So my suggestions, which I've already canvassed with the Director of City Futures and the Traffic Committee, where it was agreed that a trial of parking restrictions would allow us to see if this parking restriction has a positive impact on these issues. Any parking restrictions would need to be further policed. Therefore, residents are also asking Bayside Council to actively advocate to the police on their behalf for further policing in the future. Residents are also requesting a street light that was previously removed due to rust to be replaced, as the dark shadows currently encourage antisocial gatherings. Replacement of this light has previously been requested to Bayside Council and Steve Camper, and it is in the Bayside Council's budget and could be considered for priority. So tonight I ask councillors to vote for peace and safety for our residents by endorsing this motion, that Bayside Council accept the petition from RIA and investigate the following solutions, bringing a report to the relevant committee. Trial restricted parking from 9 p.m. to 5 a.m. on Riverside Drive, parking bays between Napoleon Street and Tuffy Avenue, that Bayside Council actively advocate to St George Police on behalf of residents in regards to policing solutions for antisocial issues on Riverside Drive, and where possible, prioritise the replacement of the streetlight on the parking bay on Riverside Drive between Napoleon Street and Tuffy Avenue that was rusted and removed, as this is already in the council budget to be replaced. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Douglas. Are there any other speakers? Councillor Cedric.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Look, I want to also thank Councillor Douglas for this motion. I think it's wonderful that we're putting this issue in front of council, and I want to thank the speakers as well as their families who I've spoken to myself at Riverside Drive, and I know that some of them are here today. Look, in regard to the petition, and it appears to be that it's been signed by a lot of residents on Riverside Drive and neighbouring areas, as well as a lot of residents in the LGA, which points to me saying that this is not just an issue for Riverside Drive, this is a bigger issue. And this is a major issue, and we all know this, especially going down from Kaima, Bryden, Ramsgate, all the way down to Sans Souci. This is definitely an issue that we need to bring to the floor, and I thank you again, Councillor Douglas, for doing that. I just want to put a few things in light, though. The council has spent a lot of money in regards to creating some of these barriers and some of these issues, you know, to reduce, such as traffic calming devices and CCTV footage and so forth. And I realise that it's still an issue, so we need to look at doing more. And I would ask that potentially we look at, or council look at, looking at other areas of concern that I've received a lot of attention on, not only Riverside Drive, is Russell Avenue. And the residents there have reported numerous activity there. And I guess the whole area, when we look at just one street, for me, we're not doing justice to the area of Ward 5, especially that southern part. Now, again, through you, Madam Mayor, we know that with your mayoral minute not long ago about having that working party with the state member, Steve Camper, I think this is a crucial issue for council. We don't just look at the one street. As we know, especially councillors that have been here a long time, we close down a gate at Little Grand Parade, then the hoons go to the next gate. We close that gate, we fix that problem, then they move to the next one. And I think, Madam Mayor, that organisation that you put forward about the working committee, working group, working party, about the hooning and antisocial behaviour with Steve Camper is a crucial organisation in getting a holistic approach. Because if we fix Riverside Drive, and I'm for this motion, I'm not against it, I'm just saying, if we fix Riverside Drive, okay, what about Napoleon Street? What about Russell? What about Tuffy? What happens there? Sandringham. And all of these ones, we're just going to pile on the problems. So I'm not sure if we can put this in that it goes to that working committee. I'm not sure if it needs, how. I want to work with the residents, and I want to work with Councillor Douglas and Councillor McDougall in regard to this motion. But I think what we're doing now is doing this haphazard situation. We're saying this needs to happen here, 9 p.m. till 5 a.m. And I don't mean any offence, and I know as a teaching background, when these police, young police go down, and they go down to these locations, and they say, we're going to fine you, good luck when you see these boys and girls at these locations. Good luck trying to find these people. They'll get abused, similar to our rangers that get abused when they try to put things forward, and now it's going to happen again. So I'm not against having a trial. I'm just weary that this could be the case. And I remember Mr. Michaels having a conversation with him about potentially looking at, in my personal opinion, and I'd love to see the traffic committee's opinion on this, one solution would be to have speed humps. Now, I'm not advocating for them, because I know Mr. Michaels also suggested that that wasn't a good idea. You've got these beautiful homes on Riverside Drive. The last thing you want is to deter these hoons with speed humps, because it sometimes deters also the residents and it makes so much noise. There's pros and cons both ways, but we've got these chicanes that aren't seeming to work, like the speaker said. If speed humps come in, yes, it slows down the traffic, it reduces the hoons, they don't do their donuts, they don't do their burnouts, even though it's a very narrow street and it's not a car park. So I still think they'll get there, I still think they'll do their actions. For this to be really holistic, and I don't know if Councillor Douglas would want to, I think we need to have a more holistic approach. We could leave what's in there now, but we should look at things like investigate speed humps, take it to the traffic committee, have an on-site meeting with the residents, and if the chicanes aren't working, okay, let's look at why. I'm not saying put a traffic light in there. What we're saying is, what can we do to make this situation better? But by putting a 9 to 5 a.m. situation saying you can't park here or it's restricted, 9 a.m. police aren't going to go down there at 9 a.m. So I don't know if, sorry, 9 p.m. I don't know if that's a possibility through you, Councillor Doug, or through you, Madam Mayor, if that's a possibility to add some of this to go to the traffic committee, to go to the anti-hooning workshop with Steve Camper. I think that would be a great initiative, and to look at a holistic approach of the whole community. Otherwise, if it doesn't pan out, I'm still supportive of this because we're trialling this out. So I'll put my 2 cents worth.
Councillor Douglas, are you supportive of amendments indicated by Councillor Cedric?
Oh, look, there was a lot said there. So I think that generally I really do advocate for a comprehensive strategy for Bayside to deal with this issue of antisocial behaviour and antisocial driving, which is why in February 9th I put a motion forward for us to have a hooning hotspots have your say, which I know is very successful. If you go and look on it online, there's been a lot of people already who have put their hotspots in there. It's still active, it's still live. Bayside Council is still advertising it. I encourage all ward councillors to ask their constituents to contribute to that, and I think that will be a tool for us to come up with a comprehensive plan. I think once the hooning task force is established and active, which we're waiting on that, I'm looking forward to that, I believe from Madam Mayor has told me that Steve Camper and the task force, which I hope to be on, will be considering that hooning hotspots have your say, and we will be looking at more comprehensive plans going forward. I think that we don't want to wait for that to happen for these residents to get this relief. I've already done the due diligence on this with the traffic committee. It will still go to the traffic committee. It will still come back to council to vote on. There's already going to be those due diligence steps and those delays for residents. But what they need is some sleep, really. They just need some sleep right now. So I think I agree about a comprehensive plan, but can we just stick with this motion for now, get this moving, and then look at that wider comprehensive plan once the hooning task force is actually up and operational. Thank you.
No, sorry, you can't. Thank you. No, you can't address the chamber, sorry. Councillors, is there any other speakers?
I'm on my feet, Madam Mayor.
Oh, thank you, Mr.
That's all right.
Councillor Hunt.
I find myself pretty well agreeing with Councillor Cedric, which, anyway, it's happening. I was approached by a resident in Hawthorne Street, Ramsgate, which is behind Ramsgate School. And apparently Hawthorn Street is suffering from this type of activity as well. Now, this resident, who's a little bit of a lateral thinker, a bit like myself, said to me that you instigating all these things is fine, but you are going to push the problem elsewhere. And he made the suggestion that council should start considering whether or not we could actually provide an area where these people can actually carry out this activity. Not the anti-social activity, but whether or not there is actually a spot for these people to actually go and do this type of thing. Now, I know that there would be all sorts of issues involved with that, but that was a suggestion that was put to me by this resident, because he said this problem gets pushed from street to street to street. Now, I'm in support of the motion. I'm going to be supporting the motion. I'm not against it. So the residents can settle down. There's no problem with that. I'm just throwing this in as a suggestion, and maybe that's something that can be taken on board when the bigger picture is looked at.
Thank you, Councillor Hannah. Are there any other speakers? Councillor McDougall.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Douglas, for bringing this motion to the council, and of course thank you to Ms Michaels for organising the petition and all the speakers. Look, as you know, there are risks that this issue will move around. I could also list the rest of the streets in Sans Souci where this is also a problem. But honestly, there are hot spots for car hooning, major thoroughfares, places like Riverside Drive, the Grand Parade, Bay Street where I live. These are real problem areas, and I completely sympathise with the residents, and I'm fully supportive of the motion. And this does need to be further considered by the committee. I know in other streets around Sans Souci where they do have 9 to 5 parking restrictions, they still have these problems. So I don't mean to be down on the motion, but this will still be an issue, unfortunately, and there will still be more work to do. But as others have said, this is an ongoing problem in our LGA. We need to do more work on this. Residents need to sleep. So I commend the motion, but we do have much more work to do.
Thank you, Councillor McDougall. Any other speakers from councillors? No? All right, we have a motion before us that you can have a right of reply.
I just want to speak in support of what Councillor McDougall said. I know, Councillor McDougall, you were highly involved in fixing the hotspot at Kaima at the boat ramp when I am a resident nearby. And whilst we do hear often that this issue just moves around, there stops being places for them to go. And I sleep better. I sleep through the night because of the work Councillor McDougall did at that Kaima boat ramp, and that council staff have done, and because of the residents who lobbied for that. You know, so we have to tackle each hotspot. They will keep moving on, and there will be no more places for them. Yeah, goodbye. Not all councils, not all LGAs have this problem. So other councils have dealt with this. Potts Point have dealt with this. King's Cross have dealt with this. They no longer have these issues. We are dealing with this, and we are getting on top of it, and there will be more work to do. But I'm really proud of the work that's been done so far by all of us and by the residents who are, as I said, creating the sort of community that they want to live in. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Douglas. All right. We have no more speakers, therefore I put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? I declare the motion carried. So just for the purposes of the residents that are here, they will have to go to committee first, so there's a process that has to be followed. Thank you. All right, that takes us to the final notice of motion where there are public speakers. So we have 12.7, which is a safer lighting at the West Botany Street skate park, And we have 2 registered speakers. I invite Mr. James Walker, interested resident, speaking for the motion.
Hi all, and thanks for the opportunity to talk. My name is James Walker. I'm a resident of Sans Souci, avid skateboarder myself. Been skateboarding a long time, but gave it away for a little while and picked it up about 5 or 6 years ago. I was actively involved in the consultation for the new skate park and put together a group and participated in the consultation process for the new park.
And is it good?
It's fantastic. We're very happy with the park itself. We've got about 120 people on our Facebook page, and if you've ever been down there, it's quite busy, especially on a sunny Saturday or Sunday. In terms of the issues that we wanted to raise today and why this is important to us, the first is the safety of the users and the increased usability of the park. In terms of the safety, the park is just, I think the lights are sort of set up more from a security perspective rather than from a usability perspective. In the consultation process, I advocated for very decent lighting, and I don't think we quite got across the line on that, and there's probably a whole bunch of reasons that that didn't happen between council and the state government. But at the moment, the lights are pretty dim. Obviously, it's pretty important for a skateboarder or a bike rider to have good lighting. I've broken my arm before skateboarding, not necessarily because there was bad lighting, but because there was a tiny little rock and my skateboard just stopped still, flew forward, not doing anything too crazy, but those little things or not having the right visibility can cause all sorts of problems. There is sufficient lighting at Much Park and some other parks around, so and also around the surrounding areas, the soccer field's got very good lighting, and the skate park seems to be dim compared to those other sort of facilities. For us and for me, having a park and having access to it, especially after hours in winter, a lot of us work, and even parents who take their kids down work and can't get down there until after the sun goes down. So there's a lot of families that go down there, a lot of different community groups. I see people from 2 to 60 actively skateboarding, and I see even older people down there with their grandchildren and children. And for me, it's a great community place. I've made friends there. I've seen some people develop who've come through. So very happy with the current park and the old park as well. In terms of the use of the park, it's also getting a lot of use from people outside the area coming in. So I'm sure businesses are being supported as well. I've seen on social media Olympic skateboarders down there, and it's been very well received. So just in terms of what we're after, thank you. What we're after would be, we're not necessarily after stadium lighting or anything like that, but just to have some consideration for some additional lighting to make it a little bit safer, so that we can all feel safe down there. And I'm not sure what the cost would be. I looked into a few things myself. Possibly some solar lighting would mean that you wouldn't necessarily have to dig anything up, and there are some suitable solar products out there that I think would be worthwhile investigating.
Thank you,
Mr.
very
Walker.
much. I now invite Mr. Flynn Charlesworth, interested resident, speaking for the motion.
Hello, my name's Flynn Charlesworth. I live off Bay Street in Brighton-les Sands, and everything I was going to say has already been spoken about, but it would be beneficial to have some better lights at the park. My last skate park, or the last park in Rockdale, I rode that for 10 years, and recently we just got the new one. And we were all hoping for like some decent lights, and we ended up with some lights that are barely brighter than the ones on the street. And all around us we have, you know, stadiums, and they have lights that are 200 lux, sorry, and ours are barely like 15. So, you know, there's a lot of parts where there's really bad shadows. I have accidentally hit a couple of kids on my scooter recently, and I feel, you know, not quite happy about that, not being able to see them. So it would be better if we had some better lights like Sydenham or Much. And recently they did hold a couple of competitions at those parks, and it brought in quite a lot of people from other areas of Sydney and around, you know, Australia. So it would be good if we had some better lights for that too. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Charlesworth. All right. There are no more speakers on this item. We'll now deal with the item. There's a motion before us. There's a mover, a seconder. Moved Councillor Douglas. Second, Councillor Werner. Would you like to speak to it?
Thank you both for sticking around so late tonight, James and Flynn. So I'm presenting this motion on behalf of James and Flynn, who contacted me about this issue, but I've also done other consultation down at the park and spoken to users who visit the park from outside the park as well as locals. So this is a great facility that, I think council and council staff should be very proud of, working in conjunction with the state government to ensure community facilities come about through the development of the M6. But talking to users at the skate park, there only needs to be a small improvement to make the lighting significantly safer. The lighting is currently dimmer and murkier than the car park in the facility or the kids' playground. It's just not bright enough for safe use, in plain terms. It's particularly a factor when you involve speed and motion. Apparently, you really need to see where you are going, they tell me. So users cited lights at Sydenham Skate Park as a best practice example of safer lighting for safe skate parks at night. So this motion quite simply seeks a report into how to add on lighting to make skating safer, and particularly ask council to look into adding LED lights with batteries that will not need any significant construction. This report will then be brought to the relevant committee. I just want to also add that there are very, very bright lights on the Adol Reserve soccer ground right nearby, so the residents are already experiencing much brighter lights in that area across the street, the residents across the street. So I just really want councillors to listen to our community, our recreational users of all ages, to see if we can fix this little problem that's actually having a big impact. The other thing about it from the consultation I did is that we do have people coming from all over the inner west and the south to come use the skate park at night and then go off and have dinner. So it's really a valuable asset to our nighttime economy as well. So if we boost this lighting, we make it more of a go-to place. Apparently there's no other skate parks in Sutherland and whatnot, so people are coming here. It's great. It's a great attraction. That's it. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Douglas. Any other speakers? Councillor Fartel?
I support the motion. I think it's really wonderful that we have better lighting there, but we really need to thoroughly investigate what type of lighting. Having been living with a lighting engineer for the last 50 years, I hear about lighting and what's available in lighting all the time for the last 50 years. So there are a lot of options. Obviously LED is the way to go, but there's, you know, lights that just go down so they won't bother nearby residents. You made the point that residents across the road have already got bright lighting, but that doesn't mean they want even more. So I just think we should look carefully at that, at what's available, what's going to be most effective for the skaters, but the least bother to the residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fardell. Any other speakers? Councillor Jansen?
Through you, Madam Mayor, can I just ask what lighting considerations were considered as part of the implementation of the park, and was there any consideration for residents across the road and lighting?
So that was, did you want to speak to that, or take it on notice? Yeah, we'll take that on notice, Councillor Jansen, but I do know that it was part of a funding that came through for the skate park, so there was only so much allocated towards supporting the lighting. So any lighting considerations would have to consider funding opportunities.
Through you, Madam Mayor. Wasn't it built by the Transport for New South Wales? Yeah. I think I can actually respond to Councillor Jansen and my understanding of those conversations. And look, just speaking generally to it, I think, have more skate parks in the area and better facilities. This is great. During that conversation with Transport for New South Wales, when we did reach agreement, something that I really pushed for at the time was making sure that we didn't just get one skate park for the one that we were losing on West Botany Street, but that after this process we end up with a second new skate park. This is something that is enjoyed by particularly young people who are looking after the older people. When we were talking about Patank earlier in the night, we really do need more facilities like this. But I would, in terms of what Councillor Jansen said and also Councillor Fardell, and I've got to disagree with you here slightly, Councillor Douglas, because I was familiar with those conversations. I think a large part of why the dim lights ended up there is that there was a lot of pushback at the time from the residents who are immediately adjacent to the skate park. There's obviously a conversation that was had between them and Transport for New South Wales at the time. I just want to make sure that we're, involving them, particularly the residents. I think it's the large apartment block on the corner of West Botany Street and Bay Street, and make sure that they're involved in this process and that we're as sympathetic to them as possible. Well, of course, balancing the need that, we don't want anyone falling over and hurting themselves, particularly young children while skating. Thank you again to the residents. Great to see people using these facilities. It is a really beautiful facility. Look forward to seeing this progress.
Thank you, Councillor McDougall. Any other speakers?
I know the lighting could be brighter, but you've also got to make sure the lights turn off at a certain time. You don't want people there at midnight, because it's not a quiet sport when they start speeding. Park's great, looks fantastic, and I know everyone's appreciating it.
Thank you, Councillor Barlow. Any other speakers? Would you like a right of reply?
Sure. I am happy to add into the motion that the report includes community consultation, if that's appropriate.
I think what you could say is that a report that comes to the relevant committee outlines a potential plan for community consultation and funding opportunities.
Okay, that sounds fantastic. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, can I suggest that different types of lighting be investigated, because it's not just, you can, as I said, have lights that go down that aren't going to bother residents, but will give the skaters the lighting they need.
So, Councillor Douglas, are you just happy if we loosen that up to investigate a range of lighting such as LED solar street lights? Yeah, just to articulate it. Thank you. All right, I think we'll put that motion now. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Declare it carried. All right, this now concludes our public forum, and we will now deal with the remaining reports. So if we go back to the reports for council, there was a withdrawal, Councillor Barlow, of 10.3, the Bayview Street, Bexley traffic and parking associated with DA 2020-1064. I believe there was a site meeting that was held today. Do you want to speak to that, Councillor Barlow?
Yesterday. Yeah, no, it was yesterday.
Yesterday.
And then it started raining, but anyway.
So so you happy to move that?
Move it, except I want to change, it was 0.6, I think. It's very hard when you've
So we'll just get a seconder first. Councillor Souness. What would you like to change, Councillor Barlow?
If you scroll up 0.6, apparently with the plans that I received are incorrect, so there's no dedicated right turn, which is great, because that's creating a major problem. It's up to them to take their life into their hands, but it's 0.6. The driveway delineation lines be installed and maintained at the cost of the applicant for all driveways to the subject site. It doesn't give a definition, so I spoke to the manager of Texas, and we just said from Forest Road to Regional Street, so that there's something, otherwise you wouldn't know where you're going. So I just wanted to put that in, add that in.
Yeah, thank you.
The site meeting was very good, but, you know, so that's, and it was, you know, you couldn't refuse it, but it's a court order. It's a court-appointed engineer that drew the plans up, which I said were very appalling and you couldn't read them, but it helped with the manager saying, well, this is this, this is that. So that's what I'm adding to the motion.
Thank you, councillor Barlow. So, we've moved that be adjusted there. So moved by councillor Barlow, seconded councillor Souness. Is there any further discussion?
Sorry, Madam Mayor, just a question. Can I just get explanation of that change and how does that affect point 6? Just bearing in mind that is a court order that we have to, just how that...
Can I just explain?
Please.
Well, what it was, it was more the description of the order, but at the traffic committee, they actually took out the delineation, and I added it back in at council. And because it was didn't sort of explain exactly why, I spoke to the manager of tech services, and that's what he suggested we go back to. And that was originally there, and the council, for some reason, I think they actually wanted no stopping signs on each driveway. So we said no, so the line marking is better, and it'll be better for the resident.
Yes. Yeah. And I've just checked with the GM, and that's in line with what was determined by the court. Yeah. Any other speakers? All right, I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Against? Declare it carried. All right, this takes us to the minutes and reports of committees. So the first one is in relation to 11.1, the minutes of the City Services Committee meeting on the 6th of April 2022. And there was a request to withdraw CS 22.003 Bayside Community Grants Program 2122. That was Councillor Hannah.
Yeah, I just wanted to make a comment. I'm not going to be... Oh, sorry.
No, Councillor Hannah, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to make a comment. I'm not going to pull out anything specifically, but I just think as a council we have to be...
Oh, sorry. My apologies. We've got people that do need to leave the chamber. Sorry. Yeah, sorry. I know that Councillor Souness, Saranosky and Cedric have left the chamber. Please go ahead.
Right, okay, thanks very much. Just a quick comment. I think when we're determining these grants, we have to be careful that in our attempt to be inclusive, we don't overreach and start becoming exclusive. I'm not going to say any more than that. It's cryptic, I know, but that's the comment that I want to make. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hannah. There is a methodology that is applied, which is quite robust. So, but your point is noted. Thank you. All right.
Can I just quickly, sorry, can I just with my declaration of pecuniary interest, I've just spoken to Mr. Soot and he advises that it's probably best for me to leave the chamber.
I thought you had Councillor Cedric, but you came back in.
Oh, no, but I wanted to put it on the record. Thank you.
Yep, you're on the record. Thank you. No, we've just got to move. No, we've got to move the minutes. Yep. No. All right. So, is someone happy to move that the Bayside Community Grants? Moved Councillor Jansen, second Councillor Barlow. That then takes us to the rest of the items in the 11.1 in the minutes city service. Someone happy to move? Oh, sorry, I've got a line. Yep, my apologies. Councillor Jansen would like to speak to 004 draft public art policy.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just the first dot point under number 1. should read that councillor representation be included in the public art assessment group. I think that, yeah,
So that's just an
councillor-
amendment.
I think, yeah, and it was public art assessment group. So I think it just changed the context a little bit, but that was all. Thank you.
Thank you, councillor Jansen. All right, so then I'll put the other items from the minutes of the City Services Committee on the 6th of April. Do I have a... It's just an amendment, yeah. Do we have a mover for the other items? Moved, councillor Fardell, seconded, councillor Jansen. All those in favour say aye. Against, declare it carried. Could you please invite councillors back into the room? All right,
Note that I was at that meeting as well, where it says also present.
So just in relation to which meeting?
The City Services Committee meeting.
Oh, that was noted
11.1.
earlier at the beginning of the meeting.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Wasn't it? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you. It's just a correction to the minutes. Thank you, councillor Werner. All right, I'm going to progress because I'm going to move to 11.2, the minutes of the Corporate Performance Committee meeting on the 6th of April 2022. Councillor Barlow, you asked to withdraw item 004, councillor superannuation.
Look, I hope I get a seconder. It's actually
sorry.
that I'm just going to move that this is deferred till, you don't have to take the superannuation, but I'm asking the council to consider that no one takes it for 1 year, because we've all been presented with the budget and how, you know, it's strong, but we've had 12 months of fees that we haven't collected over time with the COVID. You know, we've waived fees for all our outdoor dining, all our thing that we've, people that we, residents we own or properties we own. So I'm just saying to be conscious to the fact that it's only for the 12 months. It's, a lot of councils have deferred it because, and I just feel that you come onto council, you don't come here for money, you come here because you love the community. So I'm just moving that for 12 months we defer the choice of taking superannuation, and hopefully I'll get a seconder. And
Do we have a seconder?
sorry?
I'm happy to second that.
Okay, so the motion is that,
Sorry,
That-
can I just offer a foreshadowed motion that the recommendation become the motion if this doesn't get up. Noting that superannuation payments are an opt-out. It was discussed at the committee. I don't think we have to make decisions on behalf of each other here. If you do not wish to take superannuation, all you have to do is send a one-line email to governance and say, I do not wish to take superannuation for X period of time. So that's a decision I think we can make as ourselves, and therefore I won't be supporting a deferral, and I'll make my own decision as to whether or not I wish to take that superannuation. I think superannuation payments encourage broader interest and broader interest in becoming a councillor. We need to have that. So if any councillors around here do not wish to take superannuation, if you don't want to take your fee, that's fine. You do what you want with it. It's optional. So I don't support the proposed motion from councillors Barlow and Hatter, and I put forward the foreshadowed motion. I need a seconder for that off the floor.
is there a seconder? Councillor Jansen, thank you.
That councillors effectively make their own decision to opt out if they think that's right for them. Thank you.
Thank you, councillor Morrissey. So we have, we need to deal with the motion before us, which is related to the deferral. Do you want a right of reply? Is there any other speakers?
Actually, either Councillor Barlow or Morrissey. I'm not taking the thing, so either way it doesn't bother me which one gets up.
Thank you, Councillor Nagy.
I'll speak in support of Councillor Morrissey's foreshadowed motion and against Councillor Barlow and Councillor Hannah's motion. And I know this is an issue that's about as popular as mud, paying councillors. But honestly, I'd just like to read from the statement the then Minister for Local Government, who I thought was a very good Minister for Local Government, Minister Hancock, who said at the time, in regards to introducing this option for superannuation payments, councillors are dedicated to their residents and communities, and the opportunity to make superannuation payments will also help attract more diversity, including women and younger people, to serve on our local councils. Look, for some people this is a marginal choice to give up what is quite a significant amount of time to come on council. And, you know, Councillor Nagy will always get up and make the point, it doesn't take payment and all of that. And that's fantastic, and that goes to a good cause. But for some people, they need this money to come and do this job. And we shouldn't exclude people because of reasons of wealth or socioeconomic status, or particularly, this is something that affects disproportionately women who, you know, might be taking up a part-time job. I'd recall a post by Councillor Douglas before she was a councillor when she was looking to attract candidates for council, and she said, you know, local women, are you looking for a part-time job? For some people this matters, and this sort of, what I've got to say is honestly meaningless parsimony to say we're not going to, you know, let's not have this, as Councillor Barlow said. For somebody that might matter, and that might be the difference between them putting up their hand to run or not. And, you know, it's very easy to sit on your high horse when you don't need it. I remember we had a similar conversation about the facilities policy regarding phones. Sorry, excuse me? Sorry, you said, how do I know that? Because I can recall the conversation we had.
Thank you.
Look, through
Please
the chair.
don't interrupt,
Thank you,
Councillor Barlow.
Thank you, Councillor Barlow, for your muttering. No, honestly. And Councillor Barlow at the time very vociferously said, we don't need to pay for people's mobile phones. Now, can I say, how can you be a councillor in this day and age without a mobile phone? And I've never taken a payment for my phone bill or to help me buy a phone or anything. But if somebody needs that, they shouldn't have to come crawling to council to get it. If that's what they need, that's something that we have to provide to facilitate public services. So I'm sorry, I know this is, again, it's an extremely unpopular issue, but if this is not about you, then, you know, you shouldn't be if you don't need this, then don't think about yourself. Think about the person who it might make a difference for, and it might bring somebody else who, outside of the people who have been on council for, in some cases, decades, who might help them bring them onto council. So look, I support the committee's recommendation, I support the foreshadowed motion, and I won't be supporting the motion.
Thank you, Councillor McDougall. Are there any other speakers? Councillor
In
Douglas?
this instance, I do actually have to support the foreshadowed motion. I am that person who's taken 10 years out of my full-time work in order to do community work and look after my children. I have a very minimal super. I think I have about half of what the government regulates that I should be having right now. It's difficult to continue to make sacrifices financially in order to do work for the community. That's a choice that I made, but it does impact me. So, you know, it's a small amount of money for council considering we have, what, a $200 million budget. My super for the year would be less than $3,000. It's pittance, really, but it does make a difference to me because I am putting in a lot of time to this work on council, and our wage is not a wage, it's an honorarium. It doesn't cover our hours. It's you know, a token for the amount of work we're doing, and we want to encourage more women to step up into leadership positions. Women who, like me, have been involved with their P&C, their community garden, whatever it is, to represent different voices. We want people from multiple socioeconomic backgrounds, from cultural backgrounds, and not just people who can afford to not be paid, you know, to do community work. So I really, in this instance, have to speak on behalf of women like myself who've made sacrifices already for the community and are continuing to make sacrifices but don't want to have to always be financially penalised. With already, I face a gender pay gap. I have a super gap, but I want to keep giving back to the community. But at some point, I do want to retire, and I don't want to retire in poverty. And that's what we're seeing more and more. Women are retiring in poverty. We've got higher women becoming homeless, and that's a real issue for women in our community, not just in Sydney, but across the board in Australia. So I think we have to take into consideration those big picture things when we look at this small amount of money and how that can impact on the personal lives of the people involved. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Douglas. Right of reply, Councillor Barlow.
Look, just, the whole time I've been on council, I suppose because I sat next to the late Ron Rathbone, and it was sort of a different era. I know I'm a totally different era to everyone in this room. But the $30,000, your council allowance is what you pay for your phone, but you can be paid by council. My phone cost me $10 a month. I think it's MSN or whatever. Unlimited everything. So anyone can, you can shop around. I didn't find it, my sister-in-law did.
So we might just stick to superannuation.
I didn't have super. I was self-employed. So you don't get a lot of super. You don't get a lot of money sometimes, depending on the time of the year or whatever. I'm very lucky that I inherited my husband's super. Otherwise, I had hardly any super. But I still would not have taken the super because I'm just I'm an older generation, and I do believe that the allowance that the council you get is something you've got to spend, because otherwise you have to pay tax on it. So you've got to sit there and you've got to work your budget out. You've got to work out. I know one council had a $7,000 tax bill. So you've got to work out what you're going to do at the end of each 12 months at your tax time. So it's just something I felt was strongly with. I felt that I put a submission in that I felt that you're not going to attract someone. Some people might be on one term. So they're young, their super will sit in their funding for, I don't know when you get it, 65 or whatever. I don't know, I can't remember. So it was just my personal opinion. I wanted to put it up there. I definitely won't be taking it, and as I said, I didn't have a lot of super. I'm just lucky someone else did.
All right, so we have a motion in front of us. The motion is that it be deferred for 12 months. So I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against?
No
I declare the motion lost.
No, I'll call a division.
And Councillor Barlow's called a division. So we'll go round the room. Councillor Morrissey. Muscat. Councillor Muscat. Councillor Fadell. Councillor Jansen. Councillor Nargi. Abstain? Oh, sorry, too quick. Councillor Nargi's abstaining. Councillor Saranowski? No. Councillor Souness? Abstain. Councillor Werner? Against? Councillor Wada? No. Councillor Barlow? For, you're for. Yeah, it's your motion. Councillor Hannah? For. Councillor Douglas? You can abstain if you like. Can't you? Yes. So then you're counted against as an abstain. Councillor McDougall? Councillor Cedrak? Thank you. There. So Councillor Douglas is against. All right. Therefore, I declare Cedrak is against. And I'm against. Is that everyone? All right, so then I declare that lost. We now move to the foreshadowed motion by Councillors Morrissey and Jansen. which leaves it up to individuals to determine what they wish to do. All those in favour say aye. Against, I declare the foreshadowed motion carried. All right, that now takes us... No, not yet. That takes us to 12.1, I think, yeah. Oh no, it takes us to 11.6. Thank you. Thank you. Yep. No, sorry? Yes, thank you. So we now need to adopt all the other three minutes of the corporate performance and committee meeting on the 6th of April. Do I have a mover? Councillor McDougall, second. Councillor... Sorry, we're on 11.2, the minutes of the corporate performance meeting. We're just moving, so moved by Councillor McDougall, seconded Councillor Morrissey. All those in favour say aye. Against, declare it carried. That now takes us to item 11.6, minutes of the Bayside Traffic Committee meeting on the 13th of April 2022. Do I have a mover? Moved Councillor Jansen, seconded Councillor McDougall. All those in favour say aye. Against, declare it carried. This takes us to 12.1, which is a notice of motion, the Brighton Les Sands safety concern. And I have a mover, Councillor Councillor Awada, second Councillor McDougall. Would you like to speak to the motion, Councillor Awada? Are there any speakers?
Who's the responsible party in regards to that asset? The hotel. So the hotel owns it, and the maintenance is by them, because I find it strange. It's over such a major thoroughfare. And the purpose of it is a forescape, is it? Is that right?
Safety crossing.
No, it's a forescape, I believe, from the building. Because there's no...
there's a safety. What it is...
I'm just curious.
It's a
safety.
There's a
We're
bridge.
talking about the bridge across Grand Parade.
Yeah, but then a lot of people on the beach use the bridge to cross the road rather than cross it on the lights, and it is the hotel that owns it.
All right, so we all those in favour say aye. Against, declare it carried. This takes us to item 12.5, which is a notice of motion on increase in fines for heavy and oversized vehicles parking for extended periods in residential streets. Have a mover, Councillor Hannah, seconder, Councillor McDougall. Would you like to speak to the motion?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The second motion for me during this term, crafted by me and moved by me.
Excellent.
Note the topic, trucks. I suppose that makes me the prime mover. Now, the silver fox. Now, all the truckies out there, I don't want them against me, because they really do a tough job, and they're really copying it with the tolls and all sorts of things. And my favourite show is that Outback Truckers. So, but Madam Mayor, this is a problem that's been going on for many years, and it's something that I raised when council was under the administrator, and I was hoping that we would be able to put some pressure on back then. But the difficulty that we've got is that oversized trucks and heavy trucks are parking in residential streets, and they're doing so quite regularly, particularly overnight when our rangers aren't on duty, and particularly on weekends when the rangers are lower in numbers. But the problem is the fine is so low that it provides a very little disincentive for the truck drivers to stop the practice, because if they actually find a place to actually store their vehicles, it works out more expensive than paying the fine. The other problem is that the rangers find it very difficult to issue the fines because they've got to go back an hour after the tyres have been marked. And then out of the $117, council only gets about $100. So this is an attempt to try and rebalance it so that we have a strong financial disincentive for the truck drivers to park illegally and a better financial incentive for council to actually try and collect the fines. You know, it may well be that if we can get the fine up to $500, council might be able to have some blitzes over the night and all the rest of it to try and reduce it. So that's you know, it's a pretty straightforward notice of motion. I hope councillors support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hannah. Are there any other speakers? Councillor Muscat.
Yes, I'd like to bring up that I've had people from Ward 1 making complaints about trucks being parked outside their houses, and one of the things that they strongly opposed to was that there was no public toilet facilities around, so they actually witnessed truck drivers urinating on the side of the road, you know, near their trucks. So that's also a big concern with them parking where they shouldn't be, that they haven't got those facilities available to them.
Thank you, Councillor Muscat. I just wonder, just because of the type of motion it is, and we technically, do you think it might be more effective if we wrote to Local Government New South Wales and also put it on as an item for conference, because it is, additionally, because it is, you know, more councils would have to get involved and lobby for something like this?
I'm more than happy for that to happen, but I think we really need to get this moving because this has been just going on for far too long now. I don't think it's something we should wait for any sort of local government conference before we actually start lobbying for this.
Yeah, we can still
Yes.
write, but all it is a letter, really.
Yeah.
But you know, you might want to consider adding it so it's, because a letter's probably not going to have the impact you're looking for.
Oh, no,
so
definitely.
you
No,
can
by
extend
all-
it now.
By all means, pull all the levers that are available because it's until you get that fine up to something that creates a strong enough disincentive to stop the practice, it's going to continue because I've had reports where there's a truck not too far from me. It's fined every couple of weeks, and the driver gladly pays the fine. So it's just, you know, it's about,
If you're happy that we just add on to number 3 and puts it forward to Local Government New South Wales for conference.
not a problem. Yep.
Okay. All right. Any other speakers?
Can I just ask a question, Madam Mayor, through you, and if we can get a response to this potentially from one of the directors. I've also got similar issues in Ward 5, in particular, and I wanted to know where the legislation stood on if people have parked their cars for, you know, some residents have more than one car, 3 cars, whatever it may be, and they've left it in the same position for months on end, so cars, boat trailers, containers, just trailers with trash on it. What is council's stance in regards to, can we find someone if they've got like 5 items in front of their house? I know it's a public road. What's the stance on that?
So Councillor Cedric, there's a lot in that. So do you mind we take that as a question with notice, and even something to come back to a committee meeting, because we do get a lot of questions around, because there's been some changes to some of the legislation that not everyone's adopted either, so it'd be good just to have a bit of context around that. Thank you. We'll put that as question without notice. We can put it now for number 13. We'll take it.
I just wanted to say I actually coincidentally have a question on notice about that particular issue prepared, which I've already submitted. Sorry.
All right, thank you. All those in favour say aye. Against, declare it carried. This takes us to 12.8, notice of motion smoking bans, moved by Councillor Souness, second. Do we have a seconder? Second by Councillor Sedrak.
Just for the debate, yeah, we're here for the debate. So what, the situation is that back in December 2020, I was the one that moved, or the other councillors moved that we ban smoking in public areas, specifically outdoor areas, and then we included outdoor dining areas that council managed. Now it's come to our attention that there's a particular operator that runs a restaurant and previously had an indoor smoking licence. Conditions around that. What's that? Well, it's an indoor smoking licence similar to RSLs and so on. And they're permitted under state government legislation to run that.
It's only outdoor smoking.
So this notice of motion is to modify the resolution of council by naming certain tenants who want to have outdoor/indoor smoking within the facility, similar to RSLs, similar to other eating places that meet the New South Wales government guidelines for that particular.
There is no indoor smoking, there's only outdoor.
I call it indoor, but it's outdoor. Okay. No, there is, Ruth. There's legislation around that. And it's got to be within a specific footprint, and the guidelines are very stringent. I'll just keep on reading. Wish to offer compliant smoking permitted and use only within a compliant smoking area as determined by New South Wales government legislation. So we've taken away the opportunity in our facilities, in our tenancies, from these operators to run a business how they used to run it, or run a business involving smoking, which, to be honest, I think shisha is the thing we're talking about. So that's part of their, the way their business model runs. Some people like it, some people don't. There's obviously a clientele for it, that's why they're asking for it. And we're pretty much restricting trade from these particular people because they're leasing a council facility as opposed to leasing a normal commercial facility, which allows it. Now, I believe there's a few in the area, a few in Brighton, and Mr. Jordan might be able to confirm that. There are a number in the area that we regulate, we inspect them, is that right, or is it New South Wales Health that does that?
Through the chair, so just in terms of the inspections, New South Wales Health do undertake some inspections, and I believe the Footway Trading, the compliance team, have been across those as well.
Okay, but that's not permitted there?
Not permitted.
But the outdoor slash that we're calling now is permitted, and it's under the New South Wales government regulation?
It's under New South Wales legislation, correct.
That's what I'm asking here in this particular motion, is to permit that to people who apply for it, and have the appropriate approvals, and they're permitted to operate such a facility, and it's very strict guidelines. I just googled the other day to see how strict it is. It's very square metre rates, it's got amount of weightings and so on, so it's very, very dedicated. So I'm just asking the council if they can support this, so we don't restrict the trade of people that happen to lease from us, as compared to people who are in a commercial environment, which is happening just up the road. So we're pretty much restricting the trade of one particular operator. If anyone else wants to come along, again, they'll have to meet the stringent guidelines, they'll have to meet the DA process, which I would imagine will follow this, and then the regulations, which will follow closely behind.
Thank you, Councillor Tunis. Any other speakers? Councillor Morrissey.
Hi, yeah, I don't support this backflipping motion at all. How can we? These are publicly owned assets. It's owned by a Bayside community. As a council, in 2020, we said no smoking on council assets. That's it. It's public assets. We don't own this. Councillor Tunis wrote, smoking and the use of e-cigarettes is banned from all enclosed public areas. These bans protect people from harmful second-hand smoke. Sorry, have I got the floor?
Please
Okay,
go
well,
ahead.
please
Thank
don't
you,
interrupt. I
Councillor
don't
Tunis.
interrupt
Wait.
you. There is no safe level of exposure to second-hand smoke, and the motion I've put forward tonight aids the continued health and well-being of our community. This motion reverses that in its entirety. So I don't know how in good conscience we, as the trustee as the keeper of public assets, can now put ourselves up under lights and say, yeah, we support smoking in community assets. So I think it's a ridiculous motion and I won't be supporting it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers? Councillor Hannah?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Look, we are not a health organisation, but it doesn't mean that we shouldn't be a healthy organisation. Now, I really don't think we should be going backwards on this. This is something that we've actually got control over. As the custodian of these assets and as the landlord of these assets, we can make a condition that these premises are no smoking. And I'm not going to stand here tonight and back something that actually in some way facilitates people smoking, because everyone knows there is no safe level of exposure to smoke, tobacco smoke or other types of smoke, either voluntarily or passively. And if people did not smoke, we would in fact have spare capacity in our hospitals, because smoking related illness is responsible for killing so many of our citizens and inflicting all sorts of diseases upon them and making them vulnerable for everything else. So in all conscience, I can't stand here and support this. We have a no smoking policy for our premises and that's the way it should remain. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hannah. Any other speakers?
Unless I
Councillor
make the same
Barlow.
comment, with my business, when smoking came in and you weren't allowed to smoke within 5 metres of the doorway, it was fantastic. I was lucky I had a smoking area around the corner. I'd point round the corner. But I don't think we can go backwards as someone that's been affected by smoking in my family. I mean, I'm a passive smoker. I've been a passive smoker since I was born. So, till 11 years ago. Oh no, I gave up smoking 20 years ago. So I'm saying it doesn't really matter. It is unhealthy, and actually the people in the restaurants or anywhere appreciate not being able to walk through smoke. You can smell it. I used to have someone would light up outside a shop and I'd go, I can smell a cigarette. So it's not good for anyone, so I just believe that the council should stick to the rules of what we've done, and I think in the end people appreciate no smoking.
Thank you, Councillor Barlow. Councillor Narji.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Look, I'm not a smoker. I've never smoked in my life, not even one cigarette. But I plead with my councillors here is not to personalise anything or politicise anything. We've got to think about businesses, not only in Brighton, but if you look all around other LGAs, there are designated areas, and I don't think what I hear around the table that we're backflipping, that we're going to permit smoking in all of our designated council areas. It's not. Sorry, in all areas of public properties. Look at hospitals, look at prisons, look at airports, look at businesses in other LGA. They designate an area that they can, if they wish to. They've got to comply with the New South Wales Health. And this is the real authority above council, above everybody, New South Wales Health. We can't punish business people that wants to have a shisha, and it's up to the individual. Now, if you look at, and I'm a non-smoker, again, I'll just keep repeating myself, so I'm not advocating for people to smoke. And a matter of fact, I'd like them to stop smoking. If I could encourage anyone to stop smoking, it's better for their health. But if you look at the trade in the smoking, it's one of the biggest, which gives you, and I'm not going to pluck figures now, but more than 70% of people smoke. And if I go around this room, and I'll bet you there'll be more smokers than non-smokers. And it's their prerogative, and it's their right, if they want to smoke or they don't. Okay, but we're talking about a designated area for a business that wants to. I mean, I've had doctors say, no, make sure you don't smoke, but yet they smoke themselves. And it's true. So please, my colleagues, We're talking about people who are struggling and businesses. And if we're going to do it because Councillor Souness is the one that brought this notice of motion, I thought we were on the same page before that we should look into a certain designated area and leave it up to New South Wales Health to deal with that. You know, they have to comply. If they don't, they can't have it. Don't punish business people, local business. Bryden is struggling. A lot of shops are going to go broke, I can tell you that. Now, Councillor Saranovsky always been on record saying again and again that councillors are, that businesses are struggling. I'd like to hear from him tonight. What we'd do to, I think I know about one or two businesses, or three maybe, in our area that provide shisha. So if we tell them you can't, believe me, they will close their business down. Business is tough. I'm a business person. I'm doing it tough. I don't have shisha. I don't have nothing. Businesses are tough because of COVID. A lot of people are going broke. And God forbid, we'll see in the next 12 months, which we will be on this council, what's the economic situation going to be and how business is going to close down. So give people a fair go. We're designating an area, not the whole area. They do it in hospitals. I don't want to be a broken record. They do it in all public places. There is a designated area. Smoking is an addiction. And if you guys, some of you smoke, you tell me you can stop smoking right now, you can't. You will still smoke. It's a decision for an individual. Just don't punish the business people. And don't be personal in this chamber. Vote for what's right and what's wrong. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Naji. Any other speakers? Councillor Cedric.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Look, this is a quite sensitive issue, especially because last meeting or the meeting before, I brought up the motion in regards to looking at investigating ways to improve the stopping smoking at Bryden. So, without being a hypocrite, and I see how people might see that, however, I said also at that motion, or I mentioned at that motion, that when it's a public place where people are enjoying, whether it be family or kids, I think we need to stop smoking, whatever forms. And we edited it a little bit to improve it so everyone was happy. I also said in that motion though, if someone does want to smoke, there needs to be a designated area like a private establishment. And what we have in front of us is we have an operator in Bryden, and I know there's three. So there's three people making money off smoking. Smoking shisha. Atlantis, Omni, and Avocado. These businesses are using everything in their power to make a living. Now, there is one business that's on a council property that we're saying no to them. They cannot benefit from this legislation by having smoking on their premises because they're on a council property. And I get it. I agree with a lot of my colleagues. The high ground is clear. And I agree. We're backflipping. Yes, it does look like we are. 2, we can't allow smoking. I hear what you're saying. On the 8th of December, we had an operator who had a business in Bryden, spent thousands and thousands of dollars to have a shisha establishment on the 8th of December, making money. And then Councillor Souness, on the 9th of December at our council meeting on the 2020, puts a motion, and that motion was passed unanimously. Within that motion, within those minutes, that establishment has now almost gone bankrupt. What hurts me, and I've said this previously, and I know Councillor Saranovsky says all this all the time, our decisions hurt people extremely. When we deny someone's livelihood, when we say, hey, you cannot smoke anymore. This guy was making a living for him and his family on the 8th of December 2020. And all of a sudden, we move this motion and we say, yeah, we hate smoking. And the guy, after COVID, is now almost bankrupt. Councillor Naji mentioned the idea of have a conscience, have a heart, and I think it's more than that. We've got Bryden, and we've said we don't want smoking on the beach. Fair enough. And we need to have a designated area. We've spoken about this. Councillor Hannah, you mentioned that, fair enough, we're going to close down all the hoon locations. Where are the hoons going to go? Or do we just get rid of hoons altogether so they turn to crime? See, the point is, guys, the point is, councillors, is that we're all talking and we want to take the high ground about smoking. What we have right now, these operators are really going under. And our decision here tonight is just to make it fair and equitable. You've got upstairs Atlantis, and this guy down the bottom can't have a shisha. They could barely have a coffee. Their restaurant is empty. And I've seen it prior to 2020 with this motion, and I've seen it now. It's empty. It's empty. And I don't think we should penalise or give, because of these one motion, one issue, that we're penalising people. If anything, and if you've gone to this restaurant recently, the New South Wales Department of Health have legislated rules about smoking indoors or outdoors. They've legislated it. All we're saying is tonight is allow it to happen so the New South Wales Department of Health could go into this site and say, I'm sorry, it's not permissible. Then you close down, fair enough, we can't do anything. At least we've offered in this time and crisis situation, in today's current crisis of COVID and all the rest of it, or coming out of it, we've given a level playing field, number one. Number two, what they have down there is, again, they've got an area where smoking used to be allowed. And there's 2 double doors, and it's a smoke zone similar to the airport. So when you walk into these locations, similar to that F6 that we're doing, or F8, or whatever it's called, and the guy says to us, there's a stack that's going up, and the residents are saying, well, you can't smell it. The experts were saying, residents won't smell it, even if you're 100 metres away. This is a similar situation. If you want to smoke it, smoke it. Smoke it at home. Doesn't bother me. I'm not going to go to people's houses and say, stop smoking, number one. Number two, if an establishment has it, like the 3 in Brighton and all around other LGAs, if they have an issue with it, if those other establishments have it, then we should allow this. We shouldn't have different rules. We speak about helping footpath, restaurants and cafes. We speak about helping our residents, helping the shopkeepers. We're having, do you know, in 2 weeks' time, I'm so excited, I love bringing this up everywhere I go. On the 14th and 15th of May is the Brighton Street Festival, closing down Bay Street. And all our Ward 5 councillors here are excited. I'm sure everyone is. We're all about rejuvenating Brighton. We're all about rejuvenating Brighton. And now we're saying, because we want to take the high ground, we're going to stop this guy. I respect everyone's opinion. I just think, please be fair to this shop owner and restaurateur. And I think just have a level playing field and let the Department of Health take care of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cedric. Just before, we just need to move a procedural motion because we are nearing the 11 p.m. mark. So obviously, knowing that we have confidential and I anticipate questions, so I'd like to suggest that we extend the meeting to midnight. Moved, Councillor Morrissey. Second, Councillor Awada. All those in favour say aye. Against, declare it carried. Councillor McDougall.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you for everyone who's contributed to this debate. I'd just like to comment on Councillor Naji's contribution, that he's taken a consistent approach based on his values, and I fully respect that, and he makes some very valid points. But honestly, I can't support this motion. I think the Councillor Souness of December 2020 made some very good points. Councillor Morrissey began to quote. These are things that are inherently bad for human health. We are a public authority, and it is my belief, and it was my belief then, and it's still my belief, that we need to set standards. I'd just like to address some of the things that Councillor Cedric said in his contribution that were blatantly misleading and meant to incite. That was a very passionate speech, Councillor Cedric. I'm sure he will give an equally passionate speech at the June Council meeting in the opposite direction. I mean, quite frankly, 100%. This is embarrassing. You can find out Councillor Cedric and Councillor Souness's opinion by talking to the last person they spoke to, and frankly, it's not good enough. No, look, it's really quite disappointing. So, look, when you come back 6 months from now or 2 years from now, pushing the opposite way, we'll see then. And please prove me wrong. I'd love you to. But I'd just like to read from the previous motion. So point 3, that Councillor Cedric, you could have read this before you gave your contribution, that smoking in all its forms is banned in new licensed outdoor areas in council premises or on council-owned or managed land. There was nothing that was happening on the 8th of December that, due to that motion, could not happen after the 9th of December. So that was misleading, and I'd like to correct the record on that in council. But look, I can't support this motion to once again allow smoking on council property. You know, it can happen in private establishments, but we are representing the public. These aren't our buildings. They mostly interact with public spaces. You know, obviously we are unfortunately talking about one venue where this is an issue. It's always a bad way to make public policy, but you know, that is the nature of our sort of facilities. They're on beaches, they're on parks, they're in smoke-free, they're in places where we either discourage or don't allow smoking, and we need to maintain that. So I can't support the motion.
Thank you, Councillor McDougall. Are there any new speakers?
Madam Mayor,
Councillor
I just wanted
Saranowski.
to ask a question. I'm just trying to follow the motion that council allows smoking in new licensed outdoor areas. Through you to Councillor Sooners, what actual area, are we talking on the boardwalk that we're going to allow them to smoke? Okay, but what is the outdoor area? Because at the moment, it's a square box, there's no balcony.
It's deemed an outdoor area through the chair. With the regulations deemed an outdoor area.
But my understanding is it's got to have natural ventilation.
So we might just clarify. Thank you, Gian.
Through the chair, the licensed premises that we are talking about specifically, the premises we're talking about specifically, does not currently have a space that would meet the requirements of New South Wales state government legislation to allow smoking to occur. It doesn't have that facility currently. So you are all aware that there is a proposal for a development application that if that went through the system and the building was modified, it would meet the requirements of New South Wales state government legislation for a smoking premises. But as Councillor McDougall said, it didn't exist prior to your decisions of 2020. It doesn't exist now. There isn't anywhere within the footprint of the building that would allow for smoking. It would have to come out. Currently, if there wasn't alterations to the building, it would have to be out on the boardwalk.
Thank you.
My issue is this sort of, most of the businesses are not struggling. By adopting this notion, we are giving the applicant false hope. We're actually giving false hope. We're clear and on the same. We're going to allow you to outdoor dining and say outdoor smoking. But we haven't processed the DA. How can we know the DA is going to get approved? My heart goes out to them. You know, every business is like goes out to them. They are struggling with the current situation. They've all been hit. But I don't smoke at all. I don't smoke. I can't stand it. I don't go to restaurants where there's a smoker's area. I just can't handle the smoke. But my issue is the fact that we're giving them false hope that abracadabra, we're going to allow outdoor area, or whatever the area is outside. These modifications are very much council. We have no role in the DA. So we're going to pass a motion that probably will mean nothing when it goes to assessment. I'd rather see if council can support rather than apply for a DA, to put it in, and if they do comply, then we should revisit it somewhere down the track. But at the moment, the government will say, we're saying to them, yeah, we're going to allow a new licensed outdoor area. Well, I'd be very surprised if we didn't approve it, because I don't know, I mean, I shouldn't be saying that, but I just think we're going about it the wrong way. I think we should stick with the system, because the biggest issues that I have when I go to Brighton, at least 2 times a week, is the smoking. Now, those 2 other establishments, at the car, that was an open area. You can't see it, it's an open area. The other restaurant is mainly smoking on the footpath, which I have great reservations and concerns about, and I've actually had the other place up the road is sealed on the balcony, they can smoke on the balcony. But this one here, at the moment, you can't do it. So I think we're just screwing this, because my heart goes out to them, they are struggling, all the restaurants in Brighton are struggling. Not only because of parking, COVID, lack of staff, they're all struggling. And they're, as I said, my heart goes out to them, I'm really sorry that their business model hasn't worked out for that area.
Thank you, Councillor Saranowski. Right of reply, Councillor
Sorry,
White, sorry.
look, I don't quite, after all this discussion, if what the GM was saying about this space put a DA, and the DA wasn't approved because they don't have the space, and they don't have an outdoor area that's approved for smoking, shouldn't that motion be out of order?
I think because it's not referring directly to a site, it's just generic. If it was referring directly to a site, it would be. So no, I think we're just going to go now to right of reply, and it's too late.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Look, I was the mover of that motion back in December, and I believe there was another one earlier to that. And look, I'm against smoking, but I wasn't aware that the decision that we made back in December was going to directly impact the business that was operating. Now, whether it was operating under New South Wales guidelines, I don't know the detail of that, okay? I don't know whether it complied fully or not fully complied. I know that it was operating at one point, and I'm not a smoker. None of my family are smokers. I detest smoking. But if there's a market, there's a group of people that want to do that, who's it for me to say, no, you can't do it? I don't want them to do it where it impacts me, my family, my friends, other passive people that are in the neighbourhood. I don't want that. So if it's a case that we need to include maybe a compliant DA or some sort of other wording in there, maybe we can get some assistance to that. If it needs to be knocked on the head, let it. If they need to come back with a DA requesting a smoking environment, maybe that's the case. I don't know. Just that I was approached by Councillor Cedric through a friend of ours that knew these people and said, can you please help us? And I know the fact that the motion that was put up back in December was ban smoking totally, which I still support, but in this environment, I have to give it a second thought. I have to say to myself, well, I've taken away their business operation. I've shut them down through one simple motion. And I'm not a backflipper. If you think I'm a backflipper, great. See what I've been on council for the past 10 years.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Stewart. All right, I'm going to put the motion. All those in favour of the motion say aye. Aye. Against? Aye. I declare the motion lost. Division? All right, division's been called. I'll just wait. Thank you. Councillor Morrissey? Councillor Muscat? Councillor Fidel? Councillor Jansen? Councillor Naji? Councillor Saranowski? Councillor Souness? Councillor Werner? Councillor Wada? Councillor Barlow? Councillor Hannah? Councillor Douglas? Councillor McDougall? Councillor Cedric? All right, that confirms the motion, and myself against. Yeah. This now takes us to the last notice of motion, 12.9, licence plate recognition cameras, creating a future plan for their rollout, moved by Councillor McDougall, seconded by Councillor Saranowski. Councillor McDougall, would you like to speak? All right, all those in favour say aye. Against? Declare it carried. This takes us to questions number 13, questions with notice, and I note Cedrac's earlier question with notice, which has already been referred. We have two registered questions with notice, which is now on the screen. So we have, I'll let councillors have a quick scan of the noise camera trial question with notice, which is in relation to an update. Thank you, Councillor Douglas. The second question there is another one from Councillor Douglas, which is another update in relation to that. Thank you. Any others? Yeah, we're coming. So here we've got one from another from Councillor Douglas. So councillors can see that there in relation to their updates that are being requested. Next one, please. This one is around trailers, and that will inform the other report that we've sort of wanting a bit more of an overview of what the status is at the moment in relation to trailers and those things. All right, next one, please. Verge Garden. All right, question on update on Verge Garden policy. Next. So we have one from Councillor Werner. Provide an update on the status of the development at the old site. Okay, so those questions are taken on notice. Councillor Werner, there's one on Councillor Werner in relation to the council meeting on 9th of February, wanting an update. Next one is a whole lot of answers to concerns raised there. Next one. Just reiterating some other questions. Thank you. And next. And then some other ones from previous minutes. Thank you. Councillor Souness, a question with notice. Thank you. And then we have some from Councillor Barlow. So we'll get those typed up. So someone moved that the questions with notice.
I've got a couple of questions of notice that haven't been typed out, but they are very short. So the first one is at the council meeting of 14 July 2021, we resolved to defer payment on current rates outstanding and future rates to be levied for the owners of Mascot Towers. I just wanted an update on where that was at. And secondly, at the council meeting of October 2021, I believe, we resolved to the budget for the construction phase to rehabilitate the Scarborough tennis courts. Those are the ones that are on Hawthorne Street, Ramsgate Beach. Be determined, post the detailed assessment and design, and reported back to a future Sport and Recreation Committee for funding, consideration and scheduling. Those courts have really become very dilapidated. We need to do something, and I'd just like an update on that, and I suggest that should go to the next committee meeting.
Would you mind sending those through, Councillor McDougall?
If I could ask Councillor McDougall, could we also include the tennis courts at Bexley, on Bexley Road? Thank you.
Yep, mate, we'll add that. All right, no other questions with notice? Okay, excellent. So this now, I haven't missed any agenda items, have I? Good. All right, so this now takes us to number 14, which is confidential reports and matters. So in accordance with section 10A4 of the Local Government Act and Council's Code of Meeting Practice, I invite members of the public to make representation as to whether or not this part of the meeting should be closed to the public to consider the confidential items. There being no representation, I move that council closes the meeting to the public for the reasons outlined in the report. Is there a seconder? Seconded, Councillor Awada.
got the petition from the ladies tonight that I think I need to formally deliver to you, which is what Councillor Awada did last time. To Catherine. Thank you.
Are we open? All right, we will now, I call on the General Manager to announce the resolutions carried in the closed session.
Can I have it on the screen, please, Duncan?
Shh, we're online.
So councillors, on the basis of the decisions made in the confidential committee, as printed, attachment 2 to the committee report be withheld from the press and public, as it is confidential for the following reason, in reference to section 10A2DI of the Local Government Act. The attachment relates to commercial information of a confidential nature that would, if disclosed, prejudice the commercial position of the person who supplied it. It's considered that if the matter were discussed in an open council meeting, it would on balance be contrary to the public interest due to the issue it deals with. Point 2, that council receives the information contained in this report and notes that the Order of the HEPA New South Wales Inc. have remedied the default notice and provided the works licence security bank guarantee, and that the parties are proceeding with the redevelopment project in accordance with the requirements of the agreement for licence and lease for the site.
Thank you, General Manager. There being no further items, I declare the meeting closed at 11:52.